take it back to where it was. Thank you. So I started realizing that there is a need to bring balance to this issue of entrepreneurship. Because anything that you take to the extreme can get into the realm of errors. And balance is very important in our world. So I started hearing things like salary is what they pay you to forget your dreams. I started hearing things like, oh, leave that job, go and start your own business. And I started looking around and I realized that there are a lot of people out there touting themselves as entrepreneurs with complimentary card and briefcase and portfolio and title without entitlement. And I'm wondering, you entrepreneur, a whole year your turnover is less than 5 million. Instead of you to go and humble yourself somewhere and just collect a job and be sitting down while you are waiting for your time. You are just there touting CEO around. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur. Your wife is suffering, children are suffering. So you need to go. So I realized that we need to bring the balance that is missing. Because everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. But everybody must be an investor. And because people don't know the difference between entrepreneurship, intrapreneurship, and investing, they get into trouble. If you're going to become wealthy, there are 3 portals of wealth creation. You either go through the entrepreneurship portal, intrapreneurship or career portal, or the investment portal. So there are people that do need to remain as professionals, as intrapreneurs, and they can also create wealth. So I came out with this one, and it's been doing amazingly well. It's called How to Create Wealth as a Career Person. The Intrapreneur's Guide to the Wealthy Place. And that's just to help people to be able to know how to be. So you can go to the stand, get any of the materials, and I believe very strongly that you will be impacted. So I want to share with us, and then we can take questions, on what I've simply entitled The Journey to Financial Freedom. The Journey to Financial Freedom. The Journey to Financial Freedom. It's an entire curriculum filled with different models, but I'm going to see if we can do 1 or 2 of that. First, I want to begin with diagnosis. Now, in order for you to journey to financial freedom, the first thing you need to understand is to understand the pyramid or the triangle of wealth. The pyramid or the triangle of wealth. For every book I've written on wealth creation, one of the first things I do is to begin with financial diagnosis. Because a proper diagnosis will help you to know where you are and then be able to help you position yourself to navigate your way to where you need to be. Because we live in a world where it's very easy for you to compare yourself with people, even though you don't realize that you are not on the same level with people. There is nobody that is in the same level with you at every point in time. Even twins that came from the same womb did not come out at the same time, and they have different fingerprints. They're going to end up with different destinies depending on a lot of factors. So you need to understand that when it comes to the issue of finances, the first thing to do will be to do a proper diagnosis of where you are. We are all sitting down here right now. We are listening to the same information, but our ability to process the information differs. And our application of those information will also be different from one person to the other. So when we want to journey to the place of financial freedom, we need to identify where we are. For instance, if you call an airline right now to find out the cost of a ticket to any destination in the world, there is no airline that can give you the cost without asking you a question. So if you call the airline and say, please, how much will it cost me to get a ticket to New York? They can't answer. How much will it cost me to get a ticket to Australia? They can't answer you. They will ask you from where. In order to answer you, they must know where you are starting from. That's the only way they can give you. So they must know where you are starting from in order to give you the cost of getting to where you want to get into. And that's why proper financial diagnosis is very, very important. So when you get the book, you're going to see what I call the financial intelligence test that helps you to do a personal diagnosis of yourself and be able to know where you stand per time. And I advise people to do that once every year. I still do that every year just to continue to help myself on my journey. So when it comes to the pyramid of wealth and the triangle of wealth, there are 5 different levels that exist on that pyramid, and that's the best general way to help you to just know where you are, and then we'll take you from there. So that would be the first thing we want to look into. So the pyramid of wealth. Now when you look at the pyramid of wealth, the pyramid is more like a triangle and it's bottom heavy. So at the bottom, that's why you have so many people. So at the lowest level in life, you have a group of people that are in what we call financial crisis. Financial crisis. That's the lowest level that majority of people operate in. The United Nations have defined living below $2 a day as poverty, and living below $1 a day as extreme poverty. Now, when you study the demography of Africa and even Nigeria, you'll find out that about 75% of the population in our country and on the continent are below the age of 35. So Africa is a very, very young continent. I think we are now 18 or 19 is our median age right now. So you also find out that about 75% of people on the continent live in poverty. So that means that when we are talking about journeying to financial freedom, the majority of the people in our nation, majority of people on the continent are in financial crisis. Financial crisis is that dimension of life where you lack everything that you need. You lack money, you lack support, you lack help, you lack friends, you lack everything that Dami has spoken about, you lack it. Hello? You lack time because other people are the one wasting your time. You are like someone that wakes up early in the morning without any agenda. You see your friend, you say, oh boy, is it the time they do? You say, follow me now. You just follow and work out. Before you know, you even your time, somebody else is in charge. Hello? You lack energy because you've dissipated all your energy on sleeping and watching things that are not going to help you. So you lack relationship because everybody that can help you, you are fighting your destiny helper. You don't have money, you don't have character, you don't have attitude, you don't have respect, you don't have manners. So you can't even manage your life, manage your time. And so everything that, instead of coming to town, you are the town. We should define you. Hello? So you are in what? Financial crisis. And let me tell you something, there is nothing wrong because everybody starts from somewhere. He raises the poor from the dust and the needy from the dunghill, and he set them among princes, even the princes of the earth. So it doesn't take long. When God turns to you, it's your turn. When God just chooses to smile on you, boom, that's it. I had an Insta Live session with one of the amazing young men that God is raising right now, and he was sharing a lot of stuff, and he was sharing with us that how that as at less than 2 years ago, he was still looking for money. And in less than 1 year, things have shifted. It's not a global stuff. And God can, but he had to be kept somewhere for God to work on him in order to bring him out. So you need to understand, you might be in financial crisis today. No, that's not the end of the story. You need to understand that your present state is not your final status. That's not the end of the story. You are a work in progress. Everyone that you see today that seems to be doing something meaningful, they all started from somewhere. So if you are in financial crisis, don't see it as the end of the journey. See it as the foundation. Because if you are down, there's no other way to go. So the next place to go is up. So number one are those that are in financial crisis. The next set of people are those that are in what I call financial instability. Financial instability. This set of people are people that are gainfully employed, but their take home cannot take them home. So they actually have a job. And now when you look at the arguments and all the discussions about minimum wage, you realize that we still have a very long way to go. Because even if they agree to all the minimum wage, it's still not going to be enough. So you have what we call financial instability. So you go to work, you get the money, but by the time you're getting the money, the bills are already there, and the one you are owing from last month is already waiting, and then there are about 4 or 5 people waiting. Because when you begin to study finances on a global scale, you realize that everyone that is gainfully employed on minimum wage have between 4 to 7 people dependent on them. And many of you are earning 35,000. You are earning 52,000. You are earning 75,000. It's not even enough for you. But your brother, your sister, your uncle, your cousin, your mother, they are asking for urgent 2K. So you are asking yourself, do they think, but because you are working, because many of them, at least you wake up every day, you go out and at least you are collecting salary. So to them, you are in a better place, and it's true. But you are not stable, but you are better than them because they are in crisis. Hello? So that's the second level, people that are in what? Financial instability. And when 1 or 2 crises comes into their life, or 1 or 2 unexpected income comes into, unexpected expenses come into their life, they find themselves in crisis. So there are lots of people today that if their father or mother dies today, they will have to go into debt that it will take them like 2 years to come out of. They have to go and borrow money and then be paying for the next one. So that's the realm that some people are operating in. The third set of people are those that are in what I call financial stability. Financial stability. And these are the most deceived set of people as far as I'm concerned. Because those that are in financial crisis, they know that they are in crisis and they are believing God for a miracle. Those that are financially unstable, they know that things are not working and they are trusting for things to work. But you see, those that are in financial stability, they are the most deceived set of people. You know why? They have a good job. They have good income. As a matter of fact, they are the big boys and what we call the high net worth boys. Why? Because they have cars. Some of them have houses. They travel abroad. They go for summer holiday. Their children are in private schools. They have good money. They have savings. They have all kinds of stuff. But you know why these guys are the most deceived set of people? They are the most deceived set of people because everything they have that has given them security is based on end income. It's based on them exchanging their energy and their time for money. So they have to actively engage in time and energy replacing money or exchange for money. What do I mean by that? It's because they are working in a place where they earn well. You know what happens to this set of people? The very minute they lose their job, 90 days later, they are back in poverty. You suddenly realize that I thought he had money. No, he didn't have money. He had a good job. He had a good job. Because there are people that are earning 5 million a month. There are people earning 3, 5 more. There are people earning 8 million, 11 million a month. Everybody is not poor in this country. There is money. There are people earning well. So if someone is doing 5 million a month, is doing 60 million a year. If it's a senior management, they even have official car, so it's not spending money. They are even giving him money for the recharge card, giving him fuel allowance, apart from the 5 million. He lives in an official accommodation. Then he has another house somewhere. So you find out that most of these guys, they travel. Some of them do business class. Just go to HR, collect ticket. They are going for courses. So you see them traveling everywhere, not on their money, but the benefit of the position they found themselves in. The day they now lose the job, the 5 million is no more coming. You now suddenly realize that nothing else is working for them. Why? Because their only source of income is that job. That's why they are the most deceived set of people. Because once they lose that job, they are gone. They now go into official poverty. And sometimes the car goes, the house goes, and sometimes the marriage also goes. Because many of the marriages are transactional. Many of them were only able to marry the kind of wife that they married, not because they were qualified for her, but because their money was qualified for her. So they bought a woman, but ended up with a knife that was playing the part of a wife until life happened. And then they suddenly realized that they did not have a wife. Hello? And it looks funny, but there are a lot of people, and now we are beginning to see the reality of that. There are a lot of people today that all they are looking for is money. Once you have a good job, you have money, you have a car, and you can throw some things around, they don't pray whether it's the will of God. Once you toast them like this, yes is the answer. But the very minute that money goes, so goes the Lord. I remember many years ago when I started out in real estate, I had some friends, they were in the banking sector and they were doing well. So I invited a lot of them to say, look, you know what, this real estate stuff is very good. If you guys can bring in money, let's maximize this opportunity. Let's go into land banking. The next 10, 20 years, most of this land, I'm not, many of them, and one of them was very close to me. I spoke to this guy over and over again because I knew he had the money. And I'm like, it's me now. This thing is working. That we can do this, we can do this. No, I don't buy all this bush you are buying. I don't buy bush. I said, a city today was a village yesterday. A village today will be a city tomorrow. All this place will develop. No. The guy was buying cars. Then one day he brings this lady and he says he wants to marry. When I saw the girl, I knew that the guy has entered one chance. Because when you look at the babe from head to toe, the maintenance alone. Hey. So I looked at the guy, I said, this guy is done. And if you notice, look, have you noticed that there's no ugly rich man? Have you noticed? There's no ugly. Once the guy, even if he looks like a monkey, he can slay queen. He can slay queen. As long as he has the money, I don't know how it works. Fine guys are still struggling to get babes. But this guy, the guy, so I'm like, but boy, you're really fine. You know, how do you get this kind of girl? The girl was, so they came into my office, we spoke, I chatted her up just to see whether there's something upstairs. I threw in some topics just to, and I said that this girl is shallow. But the guy is in love, so I said, where did you mean that church? And I said, this church, people go to church, church is not in them. So we went on and they got married. I told him my mind, I said, look, I believe these are things you need to watch out for. No, she's a Christian. I said, okay, no problem. Then they moved to the island, rented the house, and they were paying 4 million per annum. So I told him, I said, this 4 million alone, Utira 4 acre, alright, 4 acre. So this 4 million per annum you are paying, that's for 4 acre per annum. He said, no. Then bank consolidation came. Of course, it was a regional manager, one of the top banks that is no more now. Guy was cashing out every month. They had all kinds of, and they give them this upfront money. The guy was 2 cars, living in dust. They went, I was just going steady. And then consolidation came. The guy was edged out during the bank consolidation. My staff ran to my office one of the days and said, sir, your friend is down. So I was in a meeting. I said, no. He said, no, your friend. I said, which one? He said, that's your friend. I said, what's he? He said, he's downstairs so that he's like he's crying. That do we bring him? I said, So I had to suspend him. They brought him up. I said, what's happening already? He said, my job. Already, want to lay me off. I said, they laid you off. Because I told him when I was going through that process, I said, look, one day, if you lose your job, what happened? He said, no, I'm a most valuable staff. That in fact, I got the award of something like that. I said, look, you may not lose your job, but the job may lose you. Because there is one day that the market may say to your office, we don't need you anymore. And the company may go belly up. So when he came, I just remember what I said. He came and said, already you said it, that now no job. So we're still discussing. I said, so how much did they pay you? He said, they paid him maybe 20-something million. In my mind, I'm like, that's enough. We can still do something. But as I was talking, he said, my rent is now 6 million. So that 20-something million is like 3 years and half rent. So I'm thinking, he didn't know when it came out of his mouth. Alright, Jumokema familiar. Jumokema. That's Jumoke will leave it. That was the name of his wife. I'm sorry. I said, what inside this matter? You're already thinking that your wife will leave you. That means you don't have a wife because you lost your job. I said, no, you guys have 2 kids. No. Say, you don't know. Say, I didn't want to tell you. You know, you told me before I married that when I enter, that girl has been showing me the money I'm spending, no savings, no this. She said the children must be in this school. The children must be in that. I say, hey. To cut a long story short, he got back home, told the lady, and the guy said, so what's the plan? Say, so I need to move the children out of this school. Then I will not be able to travel for the next 1 year. So that I say, no. I didn't come to suffer. You mean you don't have savings? So what's your plan for your family? Hello? Are you not the plan? You have eaten the plan. And then you say love. You say love. You say, what are you bringing to? You say, I am the table. You are the table. Okay. Be the table. Hello? So those are the third set of people, and a lot of people are in that category. So if you are young right now and you find yourself entering a realm where you have a good job, you're making money, start transferring that money into assets and investments. So that whether you have a job or not, the income from your assets and your investment will keep you going. And that brings us to level 4. The 4th level are people that are what we call financial independence. Financial independence. When you are in financial independence, it means, and note the use of my words, it means that the income from your assets and your investments are enough to take care of all your needs and wants and luxuries. It means that the income from your assets and your investment is enough to take care of all your needs, your wants, and your luxuries. So that means that you have come to a realm in your life where you are not dependent on monthly income. You are not dependent on having to work to earn. You are not working for money. Money is actively working for you. And that is the realm that some of us are already operating in. So it takes time to get there, but it's possible. And just think about it. Think about it. Think about going through your life in such a way that you are making money every year. And every year you are able to tie down that money into an asset, either a real estate asset or an investment or a partnership or equity ownership of a company. And by the time you have gone through life, maybe for 15, 20, 25 years of your life, you are a part owner of about 32 different companies, giving you like 200 million a year. Just part owner. Imagine that you have just 3% of Flutterwave. Imagine that when they started, you just dropped 10 million. And then you are earning maybe like 42 now every year. Think about a lot of businesses and a lot of organizations that you know. Imagine that someone is starting something and they needed 10 million and you say, okay, no, I don't have 10 million, but this 500,000, just let me get 0.5% or get 2% of the company. And then right now they are doing 500 million. And then you are getting that. Think of you having houses in different parts of the world where your rental income every year is over 200 million. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that's realm. You have come into what is called financial independence. But that's not the ultimate. Don't forget the topic is what? Journey to financial freedom. Now we'll now go to the last level, which is financial freedom. Because the perfect will of God is not to bless you. The perfect will of God is to make you a blessing. So at financial freedom, you have come to a realm where the income from your assets and your investment does not just take care of your needs, your wants, and your luxuries, but can take care of the needs of everyone that has need around you. Everyone that has need around you. So you have so much money. We have people today right now that have set up foundations. The purpose of the foundation is to share their money. And they have employed 100 people. And they are paying 100 people. And the job of that 100 people is go and share this money. Look for where needs are. That is the realm. So when the Bible says you will lend to nations, that's what it's talking about. And so when you are sitting down, you are struggling, and you are arguing about tithe and offering and first fruit, you are arguing about giving, you are of all men most miserable. Because you are operating at the lowest level. Because see, there is a realm you get to. Even capital gains tax will be 40%. Income tax will be over 30%. So when you are at a realm, even your taxation is already 40%. And you are talking tithes. What's the 10%? What's that? You need to understand that generosity is the law of life. So when you have the right kind of heart, then you are ready to take that journey into the realm of financial freedom. So now we have looked at the pyramid. So question, where are you? Are you in financial crisis? Financial instability? Financial stability? Financial independence or financial freedom. So let's move to module 2. There are basic facts about wealth creation that you need to understand, because I try to deal with softwares when I talk to people, because that's the most important aspect. Once your mind is changed and you install the right program, then you can do what needs to be done. So for instance, every word that have ever existed, every word that presently exists, and every word that will ever exist comes from the 26 letters of the alphabet A to Z. So when you start out, they teach you A, B, C, D to Z. Now, once you know A to Z, you have all that you require to form words till you die. But the question now is, do you know how to put P-O-Y together to form boy? Do you know how to put B-A-L-L together to form ball? But you have the basics. And once that basics is in there, then as you grow, you are able to combine words together and you're able to create. When you want to go through arithmetics or mathematics, you start from 0 to 9. Because every other thing comes from the combination of 0 to 9. So what I want to do now is to give you the A to Z and to 0 to 9. So that you have the basics installed. And then you can make adjustments. So a few things, and I'll run through this one. Right, and number 1. There is a wealthy place. There is a wealthy place. So let it be settled in your mind that there is a wealthy place. Don't ever fall for the scam of scarcity. Scarcity is a scam. There is no scarcity anywhere. So when you say things like, there is no money, you are a liar. When you say, I don't have money, you are saying the truth. But to say there is no money is a lie. There is nothing like there is no money. You can't say there's no money, because every money that exists on earth is still on earth. It didn't travel. Aliens did not carry it. So when you say there's no money, there's no money in Nigeria, you are a liar. There's money in Nigeria. You don't have money. If you say I don't have money, you are saying, if you say there's no money in my account, you are the truth. But to say there's no money in Nigeria, you are a liar. They have been stealing money for over 60 years. The money refused to finish. And you say there's no money. What are you talking about? They are stealing in billions, paying school fees in advance. You say there is no money. What are you talking about? There is money. Can you say there is no money? There is money. So number 1 is to settle it. There is a wealthy place. The wealthy place is not a geographical location. It's a stage and a state in your life. where you arrive where the Creator wants you to be. You have made men to ride over our head. We went through fire, we went through water, but you brought us out into a wealthy place. Psalm 66 verse 12. So there is a wealthy place. Listen, there are people on earth today that don't know what poverty is except in the documentary. They don't know what, you have to explain to them what poverty is. The only way they see poverty is in the documentary. Say, oh, these people are poor. Oh my God. They're poor. Oh, they're the monkeys. Oh, they live on the mountain. Some people still believe that the whole of the continent is one country. So you are from Nigeria. Oh, that's like the continent of Nigeria. No. A young lady, not really a lady, 13-year-old teenage girl, daughter of a billionaire. The father had 3 private jets. And all her life, she has never had to buy ticket, collect boarding pass. It's private jet from... So one day, the father needed to go out. Went out with private jet. The mother needed to go out. Went out with another private jet. Private jet, not car. Private jet. Now they share, like they share car. And then the third one had gone for servicing. And she also needed to go somewhere. So they put her in British Airways. First class. Do you know what first class of British Airways is? It's another level. Hello? But do you know the amazing thing? She went on the journey and came back. And when she got back, she said, oh, Dad, I didn't know we had so many friends. Some of your friends were on the plane. They came on our plane. So even in her mind, now your papa get British Airways. So as far as she's concerned, that first class that only 12 people were sitting is like the other 11 came to our plane. Because she can't understand. You know, that's why, you see, even though you may have faith, when you are getting married, find your level. So that you won't go and put yourself in frustration. No, I'm telling you. Imagine that kind of girl grow up like that now. With that kind of mindset. She doesn't know how to cook. Her nails are done. She cannot peel onions. She can't cut anything. Everything. You will now come to church and meet her. You now go come meet for choir department, or you met in house fellowship. You now use the anointing. Say you marry her. You now want to take her to Okoko. And her father has given her 5 bedroom in Banana. You now say a woman is the one to pack her into a man's house. I can't pack her. You have to pack to my house. Okay, just they play. Then you will explain to us whether you are in a traditional marriage, contemporary marriage, or kingdom marriage. You explain. A marriage came to an end at the Lagos airport, international airport. The marriage ended 4 days after they married. They were on their way out. And when this guy, solid guy, has a good business, been traveling around, met in church, everything was doing well. And then they were to go for honeymoon. The girl did not even bother to ask what class. Because as far as she's concerned, all her life, it's been business class, all her life. And then the guy buys economy ticket. Of course, there's nothing wrong in economy. Young guy bought economy. But when they were packing load, the guy said, I kept wondering, why is he packing 6 bags? This extra luggage. The guy just had 1 bag and one. They gave 6 bags to go honeymoon. How many you go come take return? And then they got to the airport and the guy was just going to the economic queue. The guy was going. He said, where are you? He said, no. He said, what do you mean? He said, I know. He said, no. What do you bought economy? He said, yes, that was wrong. He said, no, never. He said, what do you mean never? There's nothing wrong. That's what I can afford. We're just starting our lives. It's a good thing. They say, no. If you know you cannot give me the quality of life that my father, as I hit the guy, Hego. Then the father said, you should have married the guy said, you should have married your father. And that's the marriage ended there. Say, you started by you two, that's it. Hello? So number 1, there's what? There's a wealthy place. Number 2, wealth is created. Wealth is created. You don't just wake up one day and discover that you're wealthy. No. Wealth is created. Someone must take responsibility for the creation of wealth. Listen and listen well. When you become rich and wealthy, people will begin to investigate the source of your prosperity. But nobody investigates the source of your poverty. EFCC does not come after you to say you are too poor. Why are you poor? After all these years, you should have made money. No. But when too much money enter your account, then you will get a letter or get a call. So that means that it is your responsibility to investigate the source of your poverty. Your grandfather worked in Nigeria Railway. Your father was in Nigerian Airways. Now you are in NIPOS. A generation of civil servants. It's not generational curse, it's generational choice. Your grandfather was a tenant. Your father a tenant. Now you are a tenant. It's not generational curse, it's a generational choice. Your grandfather had 11 wives and 46 children. Your father, 3 wives, 8 children. Now you have 3 girlfriends. It's already the same spirits. So you need to now sit down and look back and ask yourself, how do I create wealth for my family? Because listen and listen well, where your ancestors has failed you, you cannot afford to fail your descendants. Because you're already an ancestor in the making. Hello? You're an ancestor in the making. Now that 20 years, 50 years, 70 years, 100 years, they'll be praying, you are an ancestor. Oh God of our fathers. You are a father. Imagine now, by October 31st, I'm going to be celebrating 35 years in ministry. I've been in church now 38 years. So 35 years of full-time ministry. I've got 3 kids, 26, 24, and 11. So are you telling me now, after 35 years? So when my 26-year-old daughter is praying, and she's praying against the altar of the father's house, who is the father? More. So you mean I've been in church and I'm saying an evil altar that will be casted out? No. So many of you have been in church. So many of the prayers you are praying, they are just useless prayer. They are just religion. Hello, altar of father's house. Your father is a pastor. You were born in church. So which altar are we really talking about? So you must make up your mind to say, look, I want to create wealth. So number 1, there's the worldly place. Number 2, number 3, there is a path that leads to the worldly place. There is a path that leads to the worldly place. So you need to identify the path that will lead you to that place of wealth. And your path is not my path. We are all here right now. This is a physical location. It's an address. Everyone that is here today, the only reason why you are here is because you know the address and you found your way here. But we are not all coming from the same place. But we are now all in the same location. That's the way the worldly place is. We don't need to come there from the same route. But we are going to all get there if we discover our path. So find your path. There is a path that leads to the worldly place. So trying to do it like somebody else may not work. I hope you know that chickens have wings, but they cannot fly. Wings does not equal to flight if it's not in alignment with your DNA. Hello? So the fact that somebody is doing it and the fact that they look like you does not mean you can do it. So when you say I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me, no, check the original word. It means everything that God has created me to do, I can do. So I can do all things I have been created to do. Not I can do all things. I can do all things I have been created to do. That's what the right Greek word there means. So if you don't understand that, you begin to sing, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. If you like, be believing. You will be believing till you die. You will not fly. Hello? If you can think it, you can do it. It's okay. No problem. Keep thinking. Think well. But you will not be able to do it if it's not in alignment. So don't misunderstand life. Find your path. Someone say, find your path. So number 1, there is a worldly place. Number 2, wealth is created. Number 3, number 4, wealth creation takes time. You heard it when Dami was speaking. Wealth creation takes time. All this get rich quick scheme will ruin you. In this kingdom, yeah, I want to blow, I want to blow. We don't blow here, we grow. We don't blow, we grow. If you jump up, you will come down. If you grow up, you will stay up. So if you get crash, you will crash land. If you appear before your time, you disappear. So wealth creation takes time. Everyone that you see doing anything meaningful, it has taken time. But it's amazing that in this world, you want to get born again in January, get married in February, give birth to a child in March. You want to graduate in April, get a job in May, buy a Range Rover in June, and die in July. So you begin to ask yourself, what's wrong with us? Read your Bible. He learns obedience by the things that he suffered. You need to go through the process. That process is what makes you. Hello? God recognized that in Genesis, the Bible says that God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he them, male and female created he them. Genesis 2:7. And the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the earth and breathed into man the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And then boom, a full grown man comes out. So when Adam came, he was a full-grown man from day one. He did not grow. So by the time challenges of life hit him, he didn't know how to handle it. Suggestions brought him down. And God said, we need to make an adjustment. The next one must go through the process. So let's look for a virgin womb. Let's put a seed there. Let him go through pregnancy. Let them push him out. Let them spank him. Let him poo-poo. Let him wear diaper. Let him roll tire. Let him do kenke. Let him do a ojo. Let him go through the process. So that by the time he grows, he will be able to stand. So that's why they call him the last Adam. Because this one, you must go through the process. So the journey to wealth takes time. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Many of the things you are rushing, no. Because one thing you need to understand is that when you build wealth, it's called wealth building, wealth creation. It takes time. You're going to look back. Many of the things, I celebrated my birthday last month, and I bought like 150 acres of land in 2001. And I bought it 300,000 per acre. Paid over a 4-year period. Sold some, left some. I still have hundreds. I've got billions in real estate in this country. So, was doing my birthday. I just thought, let me raise some money. Let's start developing. Since they are doing Fort Mainland Bridge now, let's build houses and begin to position. So I just did an advert. Okay, I'm 54 now. I want to sell 54 plots. 6 million per plot. I do 50% promo, 33 million. Right now, in less than 1 month, we've sold over maybe like 120 plots, somewhere in the region of 400 million. People are begging. The promo is closed. Now, but you see, I couldn't have sold the land except I bought it 24 years ago. Question, can you wait for 24 years? Hello, can you wait for 24 years? So that's how wealth is created. So when people say, where did they get all this money? Oh, this pastor. Where did they get the money? It's people start an offering. Oh, this pastor. And then before you know it, the tax man has been to my office 3 times this month. Yeah, so we saw the adverts. Hey, we have done the calculation. Where's the money going to? Where's the money going into? They have called the accountant, called everybody. They say, Pastor, they say, let them investigate now. We are not criminals. Let them do their job. And then they showed them that the guy pays his tax. This tax is too small. There must be, it's a high net worth. Because in Nigeria, they do what is called best of judgment. You just calculate, according to the way this guy look, he should be earning this car. Hello? So number 1 is what? Number 2? Number 3? Number 4? Number 5, you must become it to attract it. And I'll stop with that. You must become it to attract it. And that's where I'm going to stop. You must become it to attract it. You must become wealthy to attract wealth. You must become rich to attract riches. And I want to speak. I see that there are a lot of young people here. So please, what I want to say now, I would like you to note it very well. Note it. And keep it. Because you will need it. Now, please listen. The making of you is the real wealth. I can give you 10 million now. Nothing will come out of it if you are not worth 10 million. So you must become wealthy to attract wealth. So when you study the Bible and you go deep by the spirit of revelation, you will realize that in this kingdom, in Christ Jesus, everything is already done. So he completes the work. Then he comes to promise you what he has completed. Then he transforms you on the way to the acceptance of what he has done. But you see, the problem is the work that he has completed that he's promising you. If you don't submit to his making, you won't get what he has promised you. Hello? Because he doesn't bless people by emotion and sentiments. Read your Bible very well. The heir, as long as he's a child, is not different from a servant, even though he's the owner of everything. So as long as you remain a child and you refuse to develop and you are playing kindergarten, you're going to remain there. And they don't promote people in this kingdom by what you pay in class. Let's know whether you are there or not. You learn what you need to learn. You will remain there learning. Hello? So when you study your Bible, you see that the Bible says, let us make man in our image. What does that mean? When you look into the mirror, you see an image and a reflection of yourself. Let us make man in our image. That means so that they can be like us. And after our likeness, so that they can behave like us. And let them have dominion, so that they can have like us. So you have to be in order for you to do, in order for you to have. So you be, you behave, and you receive. So being wealthy is one thing that has caused trouble for a lot of people, because many people have not been able to decode what that making is all about. So I want to give you some of the things that will help you to understand what the making is all about. Maybe give you like 3 or 5 because of time. So number 1, the first thing that will happen to prove that you are in a process of becoming is betrayal. That's the first thing that will begin to happen. You see, there are people that are qualified for this season of your life, but they are not qualified for the next season of your life. So in order for you to move from this season to the next season, one of the things that will need to happen is that God must remove from you those weights and encumbrances, so that you can ascend to the next dimension. Because those that are qualified for your 1,000 level, they are not qualified for your million level. So betrayal will begin to happen. So you start seeing that a lot of people that you thought were your G, a lot of people that you thought were your girlfriend, my guy, you begin to realize that, well, they just begin to mess you up. You start borrowing them money, they don't pay. You just begin to realize that they promise this, they don't do. You begin to realize that every time you are doing something exciting, they feel uncomfortable with the level of progress in your life. Don't get angry. God is making you. Number 2, the second thing that will begin to happen is that you start losing money. You start losing money. These are things that people don't understand, that makes them to be confused. You start losing money. So please listen. Are you sure you are ready for this? You can never successfully operate in a realm that you have never lost money in. So sit down with any billionaire, they have lost money in billions. Sit down with any millionaire, they have lost money in millions. When I got into trouble in 2014 and I found myself in almost 5 billion of trouble, and I began to pray, God would say, no, you want to enter billionaire. These are the way. That's the way. When you suffer billion, then you enter. I say, like that, yeah. Then you show up in the FCC, you show up in there, you show up everywhere. Then you know that, yeah, you are ready for the next step. Because listen and listen well. Please, I beg you, listen. I'm telling you. You see, when you go through elementary school, for you to go from primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, you have to go through internal examination within that school. But for you to leave primary school to go to secondary, there is a major exam. It's called First School Living Certificate. You enter that one. So that major exam is to move you to the next dimension. So as you continue to go through life, you realize that you have lived, but you will now begin to see one major trouble. You gather money, you believe that this is the one, and the whole money disappears. Bam! You trusted in the deal, you did all your due diligence, and then the money just bam! Then it's making you. You know how you know it's making? By the time you now begin to lose money, you have not lost your faith. Because what you want to find out is, are you in love with me or what I do for you? Am I enough? Do you understand? Because of who you are, not because of what you do, because of who you are. So it says, even if he slay me, I will still serve him. So you must get to that realm where you are able to make losses and not lose your faith. Because in this kingdom, we don't lose money, we pay school fees. So it's a school fees. It's expensive. But you see, the lessons you learn is what makes you wiser. That you are able to, syndicate some greater stuff. But people don't understand that. So they say, I can, if he's a faithful God, how come I lost that money? Even after I pray. No. He wants to check whether because whatever you cannot walk away from, you have not conquered. So by the time you can lose that kind of money, and then you walk away. I remember years ago, I did a deal in the UK and lost 129,000 pounds. 129. And then people thought I would die. The next week I'm doing something. Already 129. I said, you see that you have so much money. I say, it's not that I have so much money. I have so much understanding. If I can lose 129, my level has changed. It means that I have 129 wisdom. And less than 8 months after that, I was invited to come and speak in an event in the UK. They paid for my business class. They paid me £10,000 speaking fee to come and speak for 2 days. 129 isn't bad about now. The money is coming back. Why would they invite you? Because if you can lose 129, They know that for somebody to lose that kind of, he must have learned something. He must be operating in a realm that we need to hear what he has. Read your Bible. It says, Simon, Simon, Satan has desired to sift you like a wheat. He said, but I have prayed for you. Why? That your faith will not fail. He said, when you are converted, strengthen your brethren. It means that place you call failure is a school of special revelation. That by the time you come out of it, those that didn't go through it will have to come and submit to you to come and be strengthened. Hello? So if you are sitting down right now, you are wondering, why did Tyre do this to me? Why did Jane do this to me? We all agreed that we're going to be doing 100,000 per month. And I said I wanted to do December. All of them I collected. When it was now my turn, nobody is paying. Oh, it's part of the Number 3, I'm talking about the making. Things that will help you know. God will be placing a demand on you to sow sacrificially in the realms that you're about to go into. So many of you want to become rich and wealthy. You want to be a millionaire. Have you ever given 1 million before? It's just joking. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So that's why when we tell people to give, I'm like, it's like building muscle, in the gym. In those days, in the 90s, my salary was 18.5. And I was supposed to be a big boy. 1992. And then when they call offering in church, you see, in those days, Zenith check was like, you see some girl, they just writing check Zenith. I say, Say, you want to give 20,000, come out. You want to give 50,000. You want to give 100,000. I think, how people in normal 50,000. You are just going to drop it. That's my 3-month salary. I'll be sitting down there watching. And then one day the Holy Ghost said, that's where you will remain. 20, 30 years later, you'll be watching people make it. He said, if you don't have 20,000, if it's 1.5 you have, if it's 500, start. I said, wow, yeah. And that's how I started. When they say, you want to give 100,000, I will not come out, but I will do 1,000. Drop my own. I started growing. That's how we were. One day we wrote a check, 100,000. Say 100. One day 500. One day 1 million. One day 5. One day 10 million. One day 50 million. And then you went home. Oh, they drop it. Oh, they lolly. You didn't die. No, that's the way. That's the way it works. So if you are struggling with giving, you are struggling with sacrificial giving, you are not going to be rich. I can tell you for free. You are just going to be wasting your time. I've been around for a while now. I pastor a church, and I've been this pastor of the same church for 29 years. So when I'm talking, I know what I'm talking about. There are people that were poor, and they are still poor. 29 years later, and I am their pastor. Hello? So you can imagine. People think that people under me are billionaires. They are billionaires, but the people that are not ready to do what they are supposed to do. So people ask, can everybody be a billionaire? Yes. But not everybody will, because not everybody will do what they are supposed to do. So those are some of the things that will happen. Another thing that will happen is what we call the confusion of mismatch. The confusion of mismatch. You're going to find yourself getting into realms where you put in so much effort and you don't get the kind of result that you expect. Because the business plan does not always go according to plan. And one of the reasons why you go through mismatch is you pray and you are going through what we call it in the kingdom. We call it wilderness experience. You are just wondering, why is all this thing not happening? No, it's happening because you must grow deep before you can grow up. So when you are growing deep, you are in obscurity, you are going deeper in darkness. Because the deeper the foundation, that's what determines the higher the building. So when you go through that mismatch, which we call wilderness experience, you pray and it seems as if God doesn't answer prayer. You give, it seems as if you labor, you do projection, it doesn't work. What God is doing is that He's making you rich. You know why? He wants you to know that He is your source and every other thing is a resource. Because once you don't succeed that, you will be looking up to things. That's why some of us, no matter what you do, my wife told me one day, say, now I get it. See, because I just feel people will be cheating you, you will just do it. I said, look, he said, I don't fight over money, I don't fight over ministry. Anything money, I just walk away. No, but you can go. Because Abraham said, no, you choose anywhere. Lord, choose anywhere. The one you didn't choose, I will choose. Why? Because once I have God, He is my source. And that's what happened in that. So God is trying to prepare. So once you go through the process, you may not have money. But what are you doing? You are building integrity. You are building capacity. And then one day, my PA was telling me this morning when we were coming, that, sir, so should we keep selling? I said, we are not selling. The announcement was 31st of May, done. He said, even today, 11 people have called me. Then my executive assistant said, Say, sir, that I told myself that I will just be telling them, just make deposit, just make deposit. That when they have made deposit, pastor will not be able to, he will just integrity and say, you want to use my integrity against me. But what they said this morning was, they say, but sir, that all the people that were calling, we told them, okay, we want to send you the document, go and do your due diligence, come and you can come. He said, no, is it not Olumide man? No, I don't need to check anything. He said, no, you need to check. He said, no, Olumide man. He said, so, sir, I said, yeah, that's what integrity does. But you see, that integrity comes in that making. Those times when you have opportunity to compromise, you refuse to compromise. When you are standing true and refusing to give up. And that's where you now become. People are watching, you may not know. They are watching that season. They are watching how that you refuse to do runs. You refuse to do aristo. You refuse to do hookup. They are checking how you refuse to do Yahoo. How you refuse to join them. And after a while, they will now realize that when I'm looking for someone to trust, this is the person that I can trust. Welcome to your next chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together? Sir, please don't go too far. We have questions for you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. I'm sure we can do better than that. I'm sure we can do better. Come on, raise the temperature. Some of you are too quiet. All right. Now look at your neighbor and say, you have heard. And you have to do something with it. Please be seated. We have this Q&A segment, about 20 minutes thereabout. You can scan this and post your questions. So that after asking the first 2 or 3 questions that I have, we'll select the ones that are most representative of where we are. Thank you so much, sir, for an amazing, mind-blowing, practical, helpful, and memorable presentation. As always, we're really enriched by that. I'm going to start from, you spoke about financial crisis, and we're so grateful for that because I feel a lot of Nigerians are in that space right now. People are struggling financially. The prices of things have escalated. Income has not increased. Chances are that there are many people here who are having dealings with OPay, PalmPay, CoPay, credit direct, credit indirect, all of that. People are in deficit. So let's assume that somebody is owing right now. You spoke about, is it 5 billion naira? The crisis that you had some years ago. I'm sure most people are like, I wish I had that kind of crisis right now. But for some people here, it might be 500,000 naira they're owing, or 2 million, or 3 million. What should I do as a 27-year-old person behind on payments? Maybe I have a sick mother or a sick father. I have 2 younger brothers who are in LASU and trying to get through school. I've just gone through NYSC myself. I don't have a stable income. I'm doing gigs here and there, sometimes 70K, 30K. How do I build from there?
Okay, everything starts from within, and most of the time, the ability to make $1 million is not a problem. Believing you can is the problem. So it begins from the inside. You must recognize that once your internal conditioning is okay, everything external will line up. It's only a matter of time. So the first thing I will tell that person is, if you are in debt, exactly how much do you owe?
Right.
Because many times people say, I'm owing how much? Let me get back to you. Then you are not in debt. You are not ready. So you need to know exactly how much you owe and to who. And you need to know the implication of each of those debts. So there are people you owe, and it's not an interest-paying debt. It's just, borrow me 5K, I'll give you back. So you are still owing 5K, no interest. So you identify those ones. There are debts you owe that are interest debts. So, and then some of that is more compounded. Yes. So you need to now diagnose your debts to know which one is the danger, and which one is the low-hanging fruit. So once you are able to do how much do I owe, who do I owe, and what are the kinds of debts, the next thing you now need to do is to go into negotiation. So for those that are interest-free family, you call them, because most of the time the problem is communication.
Yes, they run away. People run away. They're not picking their phones.
You are not. Look, like I told you, the reason why we're able to navigate those seasons is because I'm in Nigeria. If I had gone abroad, they say, so when I come, they call you, I show up. They say you're owing. Well, I'm not owing. The company is owing. I don't owe anybody, but the company is owing. Yeah, this is okay. I was in the FCC for Like 11 months, every month.
Wow.
Every month, you're just going to be reporting yourself. Every month, be filling register. They were doing the investigation. By the time they finished, the guy called me. He says, sir, you say you are the owner of the company? I said, yes. He said, but we are not seeing any money. You didn't take any money. I said, I don't need the money. I'm not a poor man. I'm not doing business for money. I have other things that are producing for me. He said, well, so what now really happened? I said, nothing happened. Nigeria happened. I said, Nigeria happened. It is integrity that brought me here. And what had happened was, we do real estate, so we collect money from people to put in real estate.
Yes.
And people started investing. And then we have over $500,000 of people that invested from the UK, US, UK over 200,000. I had an office in Italy. So when dollar went in 2014, dollar went from 160 into 450 in 2015. As I saw the dollar going, I knew that, this thing may never come down. Because I knew when dollar was 8 naira. I knew when dollar was 10 naira. So I'm like, I've become a victim of what happened in the 80s. So now this thing that happened to my parents is happening to me again. So I knew that, okay, now this is a debt. I'm owing people in America. I'm owing in Nigeria. At least I'm in Nigeria. So what I did was, the people that gave me $100,000 at 14 million. Now I'm going to be paying them back 45 million to pay 14 million.
Wow.
So I called them and said, look, this is what's happening in our country right now. I cannot pay the interest anymore, but can I refund your money? They all agreed. So I now had to take all the money I had here to be doing 45 million to pay, so 560 million at 140. I now use 450 to pay. That's how billions were used to pay. So I paid all the international debts in 2015. When I finished paying the international, I now wrote a letter, which is what put me in trouble, integrity. I say, hello guys, the way things are going, you know what's happening in the country. We've been having crisis with cash flow, but we've been able to successfully pay all the foreign companies. Now, we are left with you. I'm here with you. We have real estate of 40-something billion. We are owing 8-something billion. So can you please agree to come and collect land and houses? So that you hold on to the land and house while we continue, and then we can be swapping later. That one letter scattered my company.
Wow.
Integrity, just to be honest with people. Say, so you pay white people, you pay Igbo, you didn't want to pay us. I want my money now. You are a fraud. I don't want land. I don't want house. Wow. There are people where the company was owing 9 million. I gave them a house of 15 million. They said they don't want this money they want. And there is no company in this country that AMCON takes over that succeed, not one.
Wow.
Because people think that governments for them, you don't know. We are in the business, so we tell you. So I said, look, this is what people are doing. It will mess up things. You won't give us the peace of mind to run things and pay. This thing will linger. So that's what they need to do. So you now negotiate. So those people you are owing money that is interest-free, communicate. Hello, my brother, I'm very sorry. I know I'm owing you. You are not the only one. Because when you are owing somebody 5 million, they think they are the only one you are owing. But if they now know that, I'm owing 600 million, oh, your own is part of, they will now say, in their mind, your own is, okay. So if I now tell you I want to be giving you 500,
you
will quickly collect.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what that person needs to do. Negotiate. Some of those interest loans or whatever, you can now talk to them and say, look, this is the reality of things, and I can't pay this anymore. Let's negotiate. And they can do that. And that's how you start. And then to speak about my mother is sick, my brother is this, my brother is that, please, let's be very, very careful. Because this is one of the reasons why we are in trouble in Africa. It's called the black tax. Many times we carry load that God and destiny has not created us to carry. Because we have all this breadwinner syndrome. And you are not a baker. So I don't know which bread you are winning. So what you need to do is to be realistic.
Right.
When I started my journey in 1997, in 1997 I called a family meeting. And I told my family, I said, look, I've discovered that this religion thing is a dangerous thing. Religion can kill you. And Christianity is not a religion. So I've decided to do kingdom now. And kingdom, so I began to, so I've discovered the way out of poverty. So I sat my mother, my father, and I'm the firstborn. I said, from today, daddy, mommy, all these people, they are your children. They are not my children. Wow. They are my siblings, but they are your children. You give birth to them. There's nothing like take care of your younger one. It's not scriptural. There's nowhere. I say, and the Bible says it is parents that lay off for children, not children that lay off for. I showed them from Bible. I thought, I said, so all my younger ones, they were all there. It's a family meeting. I said, there's nothing like Bodami, no, find your life. So just know it, because I'm not. So, and when I did that, it was like, what kind of, but everybody understands. I said, look, so I'm going on a journey, and I'm going to be doing a 5-day conference. Activating generational blessings. If any of you miss it, you are no more my family member. Because the Bible says, who is your father, who is my mother? He said, the people that obey me. So I said, so come. I said, because what I have learned that I want to begin to practice, I want to teach. So I taught the whole of my church, 1998. I did 5 years. I said, look, from today, all this your useless saying, I say, as you are paying 10% tithe, start doing 10% savings. If you tithe and you don't save, 20 years later, you will still be poor and I'll be richer than all of you. And you cannot come and say it's your money. So these are messages of 1998. Oh. They say, what kind of what? I started talking 98. Oh, we should go into politics. We should go into this. Of course, today now they are all waking up after 20-something years. So now, I did that. And that episode, that man needs to understand. Best way that they carry person. Do you understand? Now, if you are drowning, you can't be holding on to it. You have to save yourself. It's when you come out, you can now begin to pull other people out. So anything about father, mother, brother, sister, did you? Close your eyes.
Look at your neighbor, say, did you?
Did you? Close your eyes to anybody. Yeah. Save yourself first. Because if you die, they will continue to survive.
That's right.
They will continue to survive.
They'll move on to someone else.
Without you, they will continue to survive. Yeah. So that's the way.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. Look at your neighbor, say, don't carry what you're not qualified to carry, so that Irema carry. That means so that the wealth will go around, will be sufficient. Thank you so much. So when we listen to you, either online or podcast, your view, television, it's very clear that you're highly knowledgeable. And I was listening to one of your messages where you spoke about you did some courses in Harvard. Now, there are many young people these days, they are so drunk on entertainment. So they have devices that can change the world, like they can actually start businesses here, but they are so stuck on the newest trend on TikTok, who's dancing on social media and stuff like that. Please, could you speak about the importance of investing in yourself, buying courses, mentorship, reading books, traveling abroad for training programs, and how that literally translates into greater capacity for wealth creation?
I'm an unrepentant believer in the gospel of personal development. And everyone should be committed to their personal development, because if you know better, you will do better. The more you know, the more you grow. Your learning capacity determines your earning capacity. And you cannot solve a problem at the same level of intelligence you were in when you created the problem. And you cannot help a man to find anything except to help him to discover it within himself. And that's what learning does. It grows your capacity. You know, I traveled out. I've been traveling since 1992. But I went out of Africa to the UK in 1997 for the first time. I traveled with an electric iron. I thought NEPA was universal. I'm telling you, to show you how Nigeria can mess up your mind. Oh my God. You know, I traveled with electric iron. When I got to the airport and we're leaving, the cars was just moving slow. I said, oh, but they're on. On for this guy to me. He said, no, you don't do that. I said, why? Is there no on in the car? He said, no, you can't do that. I said, it was strange. When I got to the place where I was staying, the next day I woke up around 5 a.m., started ironing on my local suit so that NEPA will not mess me up. Now, the guy woke up and said, oh, sir, sorry, sir, what's happening? I said, no, I'm ironing all this NEPA. They can just take light. The guy looked at me. You know, I will look at you. You're a man of God. He can't insult you, but he's like, yo, boy, look at me. You know, I said, why are you looking at me? Like, he said, they don't take light here. Right. I said, why? With that pride, charismatic arrogance, and the stupidity of poverty. I said, what do you mean? Why? Are you trying to say people are better than why wouldn't they take light? What do you mean? He said, he was afraid. He said, no, sir, I know that they don't take light. That even if they want to, maybe for 2 hours, they will inform us that they are going to be. I said, for what? Poverty is bad.
Very bad.
When I'm watching television, then I'll be praying, come on, Munolo, come on. You'll be watching, but your mind is not yet because of where you are coming from, up NEPA.
The trauma of poverty.
Yes. So for that person, that is what personal development does. Traveling. I used to go to the airport. We used to go to Allen Avenue in those days where they used to have cars. We just go there, open the car, sit down. When anybody is traveling, we follow them to the airports. Just to, we'll go to the airport, we'll stand there, see people traveling, say, all these people, they say they don't give people visa. All these people, they get too ahead. They don't get green blood now. We're dreaming. But those were shaping us, building capacity. That one day I will come here, people will follow me here. One day I will travel. One day meet you. And it happened. We are doing that now all over the world. So that's the way, that's why you need to read. You need to go to school, increase your capacity. You see, going to school does 4 things to you. It gives you the ability to read, the ability to write, the ability to calculate, arithmetic and mathematics, and the ability to think analytically. You see, an educated dry cleaner will do better than an uneducated one.
Right.
Because when you have the skill and the technical expertise, it doesn't translate to success. There's a business part to it. So many times what happens is that a lot of people that do not go to school and do not develop themselves, they only have the technical skills.
Right.
They don't have the business skill that will produce the money. So those people that are on that social media now, they know the show, but they don't know the business of the show. And it's called show business. And that's why you have a lot of celebrity beggars today. They are just there. The people that know the business are the one making the real money.
Right. Thank you so much. Can you celebrate wisdom? Let's take a couple of questions. Can you go all the way to the top so I can scan through? We have so many questions now, but can you go all the way to the top? Yeah, I know this is not the first question. Is there anybody? All right. Okay, let me just take from where we are because of time. You spoke about buying multiple acres of land. How was this fund raised, and what advice can you give in terms of fundraising and opportunities that abound?
Other people's money, which is what I was talking about. Other people's money. Like I said, I was talking to my friend, bring money, because I realized that when I saw the opportunity, I bought the one I could buy, and so I negotiated. The first one was, I went there, negotiated for 10 acres. I didn't drop any money. 10 acres. So they told me it was 300 per acre. That's 50,000 per plot. I went with 3 people. So I turned to the 3 people with Shemara, 100,000 per plot. So I just doubled it, 100,000. So the 3 people bought. So there are 300, we already paid for 1 acre.
Yes.
On my way home, I started calling people. In those days, we used to have what we call intercellular. Yeah. Because you carry it, you can charge it, it's like but you carry it.
Brick.
Yeah, so I started calling people. So between Ikorodu and my office, I sold the 10 acre.
Wow,
On
the same
phone,
day.
The same day. So I sold it 100,000 per plot. Then the 300, I sold 500 per acre. So the money that came in with it. So bottom line, I sold 50 acres within 30 days.
Wow.
And then the money that came in, I now went back to them and negotiated for the next 100 acres and negotiated 3 years payment plan.
Wow.
That you see that I brought money, but more people want, but they can so give me another 100. Yeah. So I collected another 100 and now give 3-year payment plan. So the profits, I made a profit of 23 million from the 50 acres, settled all the spiritual obligation, and now use that to deposit for the 100 acre, and then started the real estate company and started paying. Amazing. And then to now buy others, and also that if it's like this, I can collect. So I now started getting investors. If you want to invest with me, and I will give you 20% per annum.
I see.
Do you understand? Because I already now knew I will give you 20%.
You knew your numbers, so you knew.
I will give you 20% per annum, and that thing never failed for 17 years.
Wow.
So if I did not collect money from abroad,
yes,
I would never have
been an issue. Yes.
The only problem was I collected. So I had enough money to pay Nigeria, but I needed to sell so that they will not go and say Nigeria, you are spoiling Nigeria's name, one pastor. So I just needed to save the integrity of my life, my means, and the country. Yes. That's why I did that. I could have just cut off abroad and pay Nigeria, and I'll be doing big boy here, but they'll be looking for me again. You know, those guys. So that's what happened. And then another thing, just to help somebody so that you don't go and do the same thing. I bought for 50, I sold for 100. That was a great mistake.
Should have been more. I
should have sold for a minimum of 300 per plot.
Yes.
So anytime you buy land, you must sell for a minimum of 6 to 8 times of what you bought, or else you are going to be in debt. Because it doesn't work like that by law. Because you are buying, let's say I bought 50 acres. 50 acres in calculation is supposed to be 6 plots.
300 plots.
300 plots. Yes. But it's not 300 plots because there's no road inside. So by the time you now do layouts and start cutting road, you have lost 11 acres. Wow. That's how people get into it. So you see a lot of real estate companies, they just didn't come for. That's why I train many of them now, and they are respecting me. Because those mistakes I made, I use it to train them. Because by the time you buy 500 acres, you don't have 300 plots. About 11 acres is going for road and layout. So at the end of the day, if you sell that way, then you're going to do survey. Right. The perimeter survey, you have to divide it by the number of plots. Yes. Perimeter first, so at the end of the day, you're going to be selling one plot for minimum 6 to 8 times, or else you are in debt already. Wow. So I ended up being in debt again on that one.
on the 100 acres?
Yeah, even the 50, because those people I sold for at 100. Those are the same land that are still there now because they bought. When I now say come and do survey them was 14,000.
Wow.
They say which one is survey again? I said, will you buy a car and buy plate number? Should you buy a car? Then I do. He said, no. As I'm speaking to you now, 21 years, 24 years later, some of them, that's the only 100 they pay. They have not done survey today.
Wow.
So those are the challenges of business. So you need to just learn.
So you must know your numbers, know the hidden costs, know the ancillary costs, know the associated costs, and also calculate for inflation. If you're doing business with people who are foreigners, you need to consider the naira, because the naira doesn't grow very quickly. It has stunted growth. All right, let me see. Let me leave all those ones. There's some that generate. I'm looking for specific questions. Thank you very much. Keep going, keep going, keep going. How can I make? Yes, stop, please stop here. I have a job in tech paying 500K monthly. What are the investments? In fact, this question is so important, because I was going to ask, if somebody has 500,000 naira, and I know many people are on that level right now in the room, what business can they do? And this person is saying, what are the investments within my ring that I can do? I'm just 24 years old. So there are a lot of people in their 50s who have access to...
Does he have 500, or he makes 500 every month?
He's saying it makes 500 every month. But I want to please address people that can raise 500 to $1 million naira, because there are many 20-something-year-olds here.
Okay, so as a financial consultant, when it comes to advising people on finances, there is no one-size-fits-all. So there are questions we ask to be able to know what to say to you. So number one will be, how much do you have? Number two will be, what is your investment goal? Why are you investing? Are you investing for retirement? Are you investing for cash flow? Are you investing to acquire an asset? Is it short term? Then how long do you have? Is it short term, long term? Then what is your risk appetite? What kind of risk do you want to take? So when we have answers to all those questions, we are then able to now give you a specified detail. So for someone that has 500,000 right now, the question will be, that 500,000, is it your own? You are not owing anybody. So it's your own free money. Then how long do you want to, we still have to ask that. So if you have 500,000 now, treasury bills is now good.
Yes.
So treasury bills is good. As at last year till last month, shares was good. But they've changed the monetary policy twice in the last 30 days. And that has moved things to treasury bills. So shares is good now, treasury bills is good. You're going to do well in that, even though the rate of inflation is greater than that. Right. If you have 500,000 and you are not owing anybody, you can now think of something you can do online. There is an online platform. You can go into what we call drop shipping. And you can set up a platform and then begin to make money doing that.
Shopify and the rest.
Yeah, so you can do all that. Then you can go into what we call fractional ownership. Now, fractional ownership is you being a part owner of something. So in real estate, for instance, now, if a plot of land is 5 million and you have 500, 10 of you can buy and own it. If a house is 50 million and you have 5 million, 10 of you can own the house. So that's what we do. So we do that locally and internationally. So for instance, let me just give you one local and one international example. So last year, in the fractional team, we had a group of people that brought in 13 million, and they brought a property in Lekki for short let. Everything was 80 million. So 8 people came together, 80 million. That property right now is worth 140 million. Wow. In less than 1 year. That was June last year. Less than 1 year.
That's just about 80%.
In less than 1 year. And now, so that means they own 1/8 of the property. That's an example of what you can do even at your level of affairs. Because our mothers were doing a susu.
Yeah.
They were doing those. So you can do a susu of 1,000. You can do 10, 100. There are people doing contribution of 1 million a month. 10 people, 1 million, 10 million. And so it's happening. We do that also abroad. So we sell properties in the US and in the UK. So people right now, we have one that we did this March. 8 people also, $13,000. Got a property in Detroit for $80,000. And that property is paying $1,100 per month now. So you can do fractional ownership for land, for properties, and then you can also invest in somebody else's business. So many times people don't see microfinance collects 5% per month. 5% per month is 60% per annum. Many of those women that you're looking down, the gari seller, the pepper seller, they are all owing microfinance and they have never owed once. They pay. That means they are doing 60%. Wow. From that business you are looking down and you are wearing suit and tie and you are in an official coffin, you call official car, you are deceiving yourself.
Getting 15% when inflation is 30-something
yes.
percent.
So
you're
they are doing
money.
60. So if you carry that 500, now go to that woman on your street. I say, Mama, if I give you 100,000, how much will you give me every month? You'll be amazed that that's your 500,000. You will get 5 you will get 50,000 a month or 50,000. You will be making money from that woman on your street. So if you carry that 500 and give to 5 people on that street, that your 5 million will become 1.5 before December. It's 6 months. I'm telling you, this is what I know. These are practice and all. These are things that people have done that we have testimonials. So it's not because many of these you look down on them. People live under the bridge. They have 4 children and they go to university. How do you think they pay? How do you think they pay? They succeed because they are making good money. But you just collect salary. Many of you that think you are working, you are just deceiving yourself. Carry your salary just to help you know how your life needs help. Carry your salary. That's your monthly salary. Divide it by 25. So you work for 20-25. So just even divide by 25. When you divide by 25. Now that 20, whatever comes for that one day, divide it by 8 hours. But you know you don't do 8 hours, so you know you do traffic 3 hours, traffic 10 hours. So it's not 9 to 5, it's 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. So when you now calculate it, you now know how much you are earning per hour. So many of you, your power is lower than that guy selling gala. That guy you are seeing selling gala is doing better than you, and you are looking down on him when you should be looking down on your level.
Collect your subscription. Let's take one more question. I think the ones we've taken have. Please, I got a page. Okay, please hold on. That 100K question. Let me see if I just lost my. Okay, let me take the one about losing their job. I just lost my job due to macroeconomic conditions, with little savings to go. What can you advise as I have a family to take care of?
Okay, if that teacher taught his son how to trade, it's as if he taught him to be a thief. What does that mean? Everyone should know that apart from your education, you must have a skill. You must have something else you can do. And people should save a minimum of 10% of all their income and have at least 6 to 8 months of their living expenses saved up in cash. So if you lose your job, I expect you to have 6 to 8 months money to take care of yourself, because 6 months is enough to reinvent yourself. Yeah. So the first thing will be to sit down and do a mental diagnosis. Because when you lose your job, you go through that pain. Yes. So quickly make sure that is very short. Don't spend 1 month, 2 months crying. It has happened, it has happened. So sit down, go through the process and say, okay, now what next do I do? Am I going to look for another job? Or is this a signal that I need to start something on my own? If I'm going to be looking for another job, is it in the same industry, is it in another industry? Where I do? So you begin to, so that within the first 2 weeks, you are hitting the ground running. You are not crying. If you want to cry, cry for 24 hours. The next day, wake up and get going. So that you are able to quickly begin to know what you need to do. And then while you are going through that process, you need to have a meeting with your family. That's your wife and children. And then if you have immediate, extended family, because see, we have immediate family, extended family. It is what is enough for immediate that you extend. Whatever is not enough, extended family is not your, anybody that is not involved in what are we eating today, how we parents, is not your family. They are extended family. So you sit down with your immediate family and say, look, this has happened, that has happened, this will no more happen, this will no more happen, for this to happen, this to happen. So that everybody will be on the same page. Because if you now lose your job and your wife and children are still expecting shawarma, ice cream, pizza, your wife is still expecting bone straight and expecting this, then there's going to be trouble. So you need to make sure that you sit everybody face reality, so we are in this together, and everybody will be now prayerfully pushed together, and then you're able to come out. And then if you need to start a business, then you start with knowledge. Start with knowledge. Everything begins with knowledge. Start looking for courses online. Look for things you can do. Get 1 or 2 people that can mentor you and help to fast track your journey. And then in less than 6 months, you should be back on another project.
Thank you, sir. I know there are people who are literally there right now. So please, let's celebrate Dr. Olumide. Let's take one more question. This person, you can check that one online, the one about WhatsApp channel and all of that. I'm trying to get answers or questions that will maximize his wealth of wisdom. Investment, 33, okay. Let's make this the last question. Sir, if you were 30 years again, you've just got through NYC, and you want to get to this wealthy place, in today's Nigeria, with the inflation rate of about 34.5% or so, what would you do?
I'll do the same thing I've done, and because I started early actually, so that's, like I said, I'll be celebrating 35 years in ministry, and I'm just 34. Got born again as a teenager, started ministry as a teenager. I was ordained as a pastor at the age of 21. Started the church I pastored at the age of 24, 25. So I've been a general overseer since the age of 24. So I started early. So I will do the same thing I've done. I will just start early, get knowledge early. My financial life changed in 1997 through the encounter that I had when I got married in 1997. Because, when you are single, and I was just a naive young guy serving God, thinking everybody is like me, everybody in church is holy, everybody is doing so. And I got married with that naivety, that Christian naivety that, so when, I said, I love you. I said, look, this is who I am, or this is my church, this is my income. It's not about money. I love you the way you are. And I fell for the trap. I didn't know that I love you the way you are does not mean I love you to remain the way you are. There's no romance without finance. Only for me to enter. Hey, you are not a man. I used to say, but I told you now. Yeah. This is my income. I go steal. I'm a hard-working man. I'm an author. Look at books. I'm doing things. I'm not lazy now. But we have to work within what is available. Then I realized that, man. So that's when I realized that. And then, before you know it now, I now made another mistake. I go impregnate my wife. You are not expecting a child inside the same poverty.
Sir, please, if you can explain that, because when you say you made a mistake, that was your wife. It was your wife. So
the pregnancy
you're
is not a
supposed
mistake.
to impregnate her.
Yeah, I'm supposed to impregnate her, but you see, the pregnancy is not a mistake. But
the
impregnating your wife in poverty is a mistake. You have to prepare for the child. You don't bring a child into the world to come and suffer now.
That's a very important
one. Because see, the way we are brought up, we are made to believe that once you marry, the next thing is a child. So when they are doing wedding, they are praying next year, I will gather again.
By this time next year.
I can decide to stay for 3 years to get so many times. That has ruined many marriages. So people get married, they don't know each other, they have not enjoyed each other, then children come. And then by the time the children come, attentions are divided.
Yeah.
Then the woman is now pursuing the children. And then when an African woman tells you, I believe in family, you are not part of that family. It's the children that she's talking. I love my family, I believe it is the children that is the family. Put man here, put children here. An African woman will choose children any day.
Wow.
And the man should understand and submit.
Women, is that true?
So what you need to do that will save it. So I said to a lot of men, love your wife. The greatest thing you can do is to love your wife. Because the men don't do amugo. So if you don't love your wife, you're going to suffer in old age. Because when the children are done, all your own creative season of your life, you will use it to pay their bills, pay their school fees, take care of them, stabilize them. By the time the children are now old, their mother will be the one now going to London, going to Canada, I'm going to look after the children, and then you'll be left at home doing nothing. So at that point, the only time she will not go is if you are a good man. She will now say, no, I want to take care of my husband. But if you are not a good man, an African woman will endure your stupidity, endure your nonsense, all because of children. You will just fool yourself that you are the man. By the time they have collected all your money to take care of all the children, they will now tell you, I want to go and do this, I want to go there. You will now be left alone. So take care of your wife. So that is just a function of timing. Make sure you prepare for what you are bringing into the world, because a lot of people bring children into the world and they are not prepared. And then the children come and then it messes things up. And many times, by the time you spend 15 to 18 to 25 years training those children, you think you are married, but you are just co-parenting. There's no relationship. So by the time the children now leave, the two of you are now left. Empty nest. You now realize that you don't know each other. There's nothing to discuss. Because what kept you together was school fees, uniform.
Children.
And so now there's nothing. And then you now wonder, can they divorce after 30 years? Or they were never together. They were roommates.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Stand ovation, please. I'm not sure I understand this new Nigerian silence that we do. Please clap those hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are inspired by that, I believe he deserves a better round of applause. Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, very soon we are going to have our panelists come up to inspire us very soon. But just before then, we have a game that we are going to play. Wow, I learned a lot. When he talked about the pyramid, then he asked, where are you? Somebody said, I'm not even anywhere inside there's no, but don't worry. It's a matter of time putting all these principles in place, I believe strongly that we are going to make success in all that we do. One more time, can we please put our hands together for Dr. Olumide Emmanuel? Thank you, sir, for being a blessing. So we're about to have Kahoot right now. You know how it works. We are going to have questions, but you have to use your phones at this time. So if your phones are here and they're active, can I see them in the air? So a pin is going to be made available where you can easily connect. It's going to be made available on the screen. So please ensure that we do this. Can we have the Kahoot at this time? A winner will emerge. And when the winner emerges, we are going to celebrate you specially. Immediately after the Kahoot, we are going to have the panel session. So can we have, all right. Yes. Just be patient. We are going to get it. In case you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, we have DJ Offrey on the wheels of steel. DJ Offrey, let them know that you're around. One of Nigeria's biggest gospel DJs. Yes. Gentlemen, let's go.
Kini wura, sini, kini silver, kini capital, I never trade you for nothing. See me as I'm rolling, babe. We're intertwined, oh, I feel like you're mine. See me as I'm staggering. For your love, your everything.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen. All right, so who sang this song that the DJ is playing? What did you call it? An Endless Ocean. Are you sure? What's the title of the song? All right, let me test you again. Who sang this one?
I'm not forsaken, ever alone. The God of heaven called me his own.
Who sang this one? That a melody. I told you say. Who sang it? All right, DJ, let's play another one. If you know this one, you're actually going to go home with something. Your property. All right, are you ready? Let's do this one. The title of what is playing now is called Silence. Okay. I can see some of you using Shazam already. It's fine. Kahoot. What did you call it? You are just mentioning areas in your area. That's fine. All right. Let's go for this one. The title of this particular one is called Silence. That's why you can't hear anything.
Oh, Daddy, I remember that day. I will never forget that day. When Sapa press me keep for ground. See everything don't turn around.
Who's Is DJ Offrey that sang it? All right, DJ Offrey, let's do two more, just two. Who sang it? Who sang it? Gaze Baba, thank you. And finally, Kahoot is coming up now. Who sang it? Be the what? All right. So this is something I want to do right now. Okay. Instead of Kahoot, we are going to have the panel. And the panel is going to be very inspiring. We are going to listen to people with deep insights, people that have achieved great things in the market space, people that are adding value to Nigeria, people that are adding value to people. You will agree with me that their level of depth, their level of knowledge and influence is worthy of continuous celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, trust me, as young people, if you listen to young people like yourself that have achieved great things, it has a way of challenging you. They are older than you actually, or than most of you, but they are young and they are great in their spheres of influence. So ladies and gentlemen, they are going to come forward very shortly to inspire us during this panel session. And to lead us during this session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite and welcome Demola Adewuyi. He's going to coordinate this particular session. Please put your hands together for this great man. All right. Demola has given me the opportunity to invite the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite and welcome at this time a very distinguished personality that has achieved so many things as a brand expert. Ladies and gentlemen, a level of knowledge and expertise is worthy to be sought perpetually. Please put your hands together for Nelly Agbodu, the founder, Naija brand chick. Please put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for her. She's going to shed loads of insights on branding, personal branding, business branding, and everything that is centered around branding. One more time, can you make some noise for her, ladies and gentlemen? Also to join us here on this panel, I'd like to invite and welcome a very distinguished personality, a beautiful lady, a chartered accountant, a lady known for excellence in all that she does. When she speaks, there's always Rema. Please put your hands together for the founder and CEO, 528, Funto Ibuoye! Also to join us here in front, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privileged opportunity to invite and welcome an accomplished personality doing great things, increasing confidence in people, ensuring that people live healthy and happy, ensuring that people glow and look very amazing. She's somebody that challenges your mind to achieve great things. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite and welcome the multiple award-winning personality and founder, Shredder Gang. Please make some noise for Bumi George, also known as J Booms. Thank you so much. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, Demola is going to continue at this time with this panel session. Damola is my name, but I wish you all the best. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Damola. Hi everyone, my name is Demola. If you're excited, please can you give a round of applause to yourselves? Okay, I think the temperature just went up 2 degrees. I'm privileged to be amidst echelons and amazing people. So can we give them a round of applause too? All right, starting with introductions, my name is Demola, like I said earlier. I work at Wema Bank, where I lead venture success for startups, and it's a privilege to be here. With us here today, we have
Funto Ibuoye, CEO 528.
a round of applause for her.
Bumi George, founder and current CEO of Shredder Gang.
Nelly Abogu, founder, Niger branch, convener, NBC Trade Fair, founder, NBC Nigeria.
Okay, I'd like to ask, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Bless.
All right.
I'm okay.
All right, so excited to be here. So just delving quickly because of time, I have very insightful questions for us. And I mean, so the first question I have is for Amiable Niger Brand Chic. And I know you've built a brand that transcends, I mean, hopefully will transcend generations. And interestingly, I work for a member bank and you've done amazing stuff with us as well. I know there's a trade fair coming up very soon. So the first question I have is, can you share with us what the evolution of the Niger Brand Chic story is? How did this all start?
Okay, Niger Brand Chic did not just start. So I started my business, Nelly's Nigeria, first of all. I started from my house. My son is mildly autistic and he needed to eat gluten-free products. And I started creating for him and I saw the changes that was happening in his life. And I said to myself, okay, maybe I should share this with others. And, you know, that's how it all started. I started creating from my house, doing, you know, little things and grew Nelly's Nigeria. But I was working, and I had a 9 to 5. I was working with Schlumberger, and Nelly's Nigeria was like a backup plan, was more like a hobby kind of really, because I was okay with my oil and gas, salary. Until I got fired. Well, I say I was made redundant, but there was no more job. And I realized that, this was no more going to be my hobby. And I moved on to trying to make it something. But before, one of the things that I did was to try to create a getaway plan. I knew it was coming. I saw the atmosphere in the company, and we saw how people were moving out from Nigeria. And I knew that if I was asked to give letters, because I was working in administration, HR, if I was asked to give letters to my colleagues, someday somebody will give me a letter. So it was a matter of time. So I got myself ready. When I left, it really dawned on me, though, that I don't have that salary. The first day I opened up Nelly's physical shop in 2016. So I started from my home 2015. And we made 33,000 naira. I said, God, this is not my life. This is not what I planned for myself. But I knew that I needed to do better. We started up there. I noticed that all those issues, because I was working for 9 to 5. I was that kind of person who was ordering food, help, I was on the other end. I was a customer. I was not an entrepreneur. And I know how I used to be very dramatic when I order. I say, you have not gotten my stuff. I was that kind of customer. Then I now started making my own bread. I'm making my stuff. And people were giving me this thing. I literally started crying. I will not lie to you. Like two people that I know that I really spoke to, really not so good, I had to go and call them. I sent them a message. That is after I've left Schlumberger. I said, I'm sorry. Like, this is how entrepreneurship is. Like, I'm really, really sorry. And that was it. We started up, and I said to myself, I needed a place, an out space where I could share my frustrations about Nelly's Nigeria. And I started Niger Brand Chic. I started Niger Brand Chic, saying, I opened up the page 10th of December 2015, but I never really did anything. It was 2016, I started posting, but I was not showing my face. I thought that people would judge me, that if I start showing my face, it means that Nelly's is not doing well. So I had this, kind of phobia. I said, no, let me not show my face. Until after a while, I'm like, damn the devil to hell. I literally can do this and do, share my frustrations at Niger Brand Chic and also be doing my business. Then I also started noticing that there were many places, there were no much places we could get education about businesses, how to grow at that time. When you want to get the ones that are here in Nigeria, it was too expensive. So I had to stay up all night, learn from people abroad, and started looking for how can I replicate it in the Nigerian space. And so I started teaching those things on Niger Brand Chic. This is what I learned. And all, I started working for me. From then onwards, in 2017, we went for a fair. And it was like I had the strategy, wanted to sell 1 million, and we surpassed it. However, after that fair was the beginning of one of my biggest problems, because NAFDAC came looking for us. And even though we were already on our process to doing NAFDAC at that time, they didn't want to hear. They were like, who is, because of the way our store was so full, they were like, who is your supplier? I said, we don't, we are making these things from the house, and nobody really wanted to believe us. And I was locked up in Alabon police station for 48 hours. I slept in Alabon. Go and find out how Alabon is. And from then onwards, when I came out, they shut down my store for 10 days. I said to myself, if I leave this place, during that 48 hours, I said, if I leave that place, I will ensure that I change the space of the businesses. So sometimes it's not even about what is happening. It's like it was really inside me. I could have jackpot because I have all the opportunities to, but I said, no, I'm going to do something different about the entrepreneurship space. And that was how it started. I started Niger Branch, started pushing up myself, started going live, started educating people, creating a course, a program called Dominate Sales and Influence Program. As people started saying, oh, all these things they're teaching online, most of the people that have money, they are offline. I said, okay, if they're offline, can we try and see how we can get those people offline? That's how NBC Trade Fair started. We said, okay, let these online vendors, quote and unquote, let us come offline and sell to you guys. So 2018, we started NBC Trade Fair, first one, and before then, I have gone for different other exhibitions, apart from the one that I went that really sold, and I have lost money. And I wanted to make sure that this one, and even, people did not even want to believe me, for crying out loud. You're just, I had 50K less than 50K followers on Instagram at that time, on Niger Branch. People did not really think that influencers can, like me, can pull it off. I'm not a celebrity or anything. And I knew the strategies I put into place, and before you know it, there are some people who paid. It was 10,000 naira that time, 2018. There are some people who paid but left the stand. They said they were not going to exhibit. They went for other fairs. So some people had to call them, see, wherever you are, just leave that place. I know you went for another fair. Come back to this place because they are selling here. And that was how the testimonial started. We started modifying, growing, seeing what we can do differently. And, you know, if we charge 10,000 naira, we had to beg for a space for free. Thanks to KFA Event Center, they gave us the space for free for the first time. And that was just how it all started. And from then onwards, it's what you're saying. It's just every time, how do we grow? How do we become better? And Niger Branch is who you are, is who you're seeing right now, and what we are doing in NBC as well as DSI. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That's a story of courage. I think she deserves another round of applause. Because, you know, when we hear that, you know, when life gives you lemon, you should make lemonade. I think that's a classic example of that. So thank you so much, and we're very proud of what you do. So I think I'll move on now to the amiable Bumi George. Hello, Ma.
Hello.
All right, so my question to you is, you've built an amazing brand in Shedrag Gang, sorry about that. What steps can entrepreneurs, how can entrepreneurs build systems and structures for a steady stream of cash in every economy?
Okay, thank you for that question, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's amazing to be here. I think one of the first things I'll say is build organically. Build lean and organically. And what do I mean by that? You hear how Nelly talked about how she started from her kitchen. A lot of times we have amazing ideas. We talk to people about ideas. And, you know, ideas are amazing and they're big and they're lofty. And you just want to go and, you know, let's say you know how to bake bread, right? Regular bread that people are selling. And you want to go and rent a space. Because that's the next thing to do. You want people to view your business in a certain light, right? There's nothing wrong with starting small. There's nothing wrong with starting from your kitchen, right? I use myself as an example. For many years, all I had was my phone, and for like the first 2 years, my phone and my laptop on my table in my house, right? So you're talking to me, I think you're talking to this person who's in this office that is, you know, at the end of the day, I'm saving myself rent, right? Electricity, and all the things that come with running a business. And so I saw many people that, you know, later on in my business that were just, you know, jumping to grow, you know, hiring people that you don't need. So that's what I mean when I say grow in very lean, right? If you don't need those people, don't hire them, right? It's very, very important. So how did I start? I started from hiring one person, first of all. And then the next month I had another person. And I had 2 people for like 1 year. before I started, and now I have over 20 staff, right? It's very, very important to build a system that is very, very lean, and you find that you don't have to pay for things that you don't need to pay for in the beginning, right? That's the first thing. Next thing I'll say is bootstrap. So a lot of times you don't need external funding. You don't need investments. I started with zero capital. You know, there's this thing now, you know, with entrepreneurship lingua, you know, crowdfunding, venture capitalists. I'm just like, listen, I have, and I say it proudly, and I say it with all humility, I have never collected external funding for Shredder Gang, and I don't think I'll need to. Right? So I remember somebody was asking me the other day, it's like, oh, you know, she's a venture capitalist. She's like, oh, I have money to do extra. I'm like, I don't need the money. Right? Because I feel like everything that I need to do, we have created a system that works, that can produce the profits that we need to fund whatever it is that we need to do. Right? So it's very, very important to understand that you can start small, grow organically. Don't go and pick up a 5-bedroom house because you want to prove a certain thing to certain people. There's no need, right? You are in business to make profits. You're not in business to make a point to anyone. You're there to make profits. So if you're going to make profits, you are going to have to really bootstrap, build lean, and build smart. That's it.
Very, very, very spot on. I think my key takeaway was that as an entrepreneur, it's important to focus on what you need, not what you want. I think a lot of entrepreneurs have wants, right? I want to have a Benz E350. I want to have an apartment somewhere in Lekki or somewhere for my business. I want to have an illusion of success. So thank you so much for those insights. All right, moving on to you, Ma, the MD CEO of 528 Interiors, Madam Funto Ibiri. My question to you is, please, could you share with us the evolution of 528 brand? You know, how did you venture into this thing called interior design?
Interesting question. Okay, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be here. How did I venture into interior design? So I'm not one of those people who, you know, how they say, you know, when you're growing up, I had a flair for colors, for doing up spaces. I never even knew that there was anything called interior design. I read accounting in school. I'm a chartered accountant. And by the time I was done my NYC, I worked with an organization for about 2 years as an accountant. And after a while, I got really dissatisfied. I just really got bored. And I just knew that, you know, my life, there has to be more to my life than just going to this office. And this was about 2012, 2013. And I was really, I mean, at that time, I had a car and a driver to my position. You know, I was not paying rent. I was still staying with my mom. I was not buying food. So I was really living life. But I just got to a point where I knew that there had to be more to my life than, you know, coming to this office, calculating money in millions for this company that I'm not saying in my own accounts. You know, and I just knew that there had to be more. And at that time, I'd just written my first book, Beautified. And I remember it was a Sunday I launched it. The very next Monday morning, I just knew that I had to leave. And before then, I remember I had taken a loan from my company then to do my book. That was my very first book. And at that time, it cost 1.2 million naira to print out 1,000 copies. So I took a staff loan, you know, and the very next day after launching the book, I'd started paying, maybe I'd paid like 2 months off the loan. And the very next day after launching the book, here I am wanting to resign. So I go to meet my boss and I start explaining that, you know, I don't feel like, you know, this is what I want to do. So my boss kept asking me, what exactly do you want to do next? I didn't have an answer, but I just knew what I didn't want to continue doing, right? And to my utmost surprise, you know, my boss said, I gave him a copy of my book. Obviously, they knew I was doing a book. I gave him a copy of my book, and he flipped through it. I'm like, okay, if this is what you want to do, very well. You know, I wish you all the best. And he literally said that I didn't have to pay the remaining loan back. So shout out to my boss. I saw him recently anyway. Anyway, so here I was. I could not actually tell my parents, my mom at that time, that I was resigning, because why are you resigning? You have a job, you have a car and a driver, you are not paying any rent. So what exactly, what are they chasing you from the village? Like at that time, Nigeria, people were still saying there are no jobs in Nigeria. You have a job. So what are you looking for? Anyway, so I had to tell my mom that I was going on a 2 weeks leave. Thankfully for me, somewhere within the 2 weeks, I get a LinkedIn email. Someone had sent, a friend or an acquaintance then had sent me an email that she recommended me for the job to be the PA to the CEO of an interior design firm, one of the big interior design firms then. So I go for the interview, and I remember just stepping into the studio, and I just went, wow. Furnitures were brightly colored, everything was beautifully arranged. It had never crossed my mind that a space could be this beautiful. And it just jumped at me. I was like, wow. And then I went for the interview. I got the job, and that was my very first experience with interior design, right? So I was on that job for 3 months, and then somewhere along the line, I was volunteering for an event, and my books were on display for sale. My first book was on display for sale, and the keynote speaker at that event was the MD at one of the multinational company, L'Oreal, then. And so when he was done speaking, he was going out and he picked up a copy of my book and asked who did this book. And then someone comes to call me. I go and meet him. He gives me his card and says I should come for a meeting, the next Monday. This was a Saturday. So I go for the meeting. From meeting, he calls in the HR. It became an interview, and that's how I got a role at L'Oreal, because of my first book. Right? So I start working at L'Oreal. I get married at L'Oreal. So I was in the company for about almost 2 years, and then they had to shut down operations in Nigeria. So here I am. I'm married. I think at that time I was already pregnant, with my first child. No job, no money. So this is not the life that I thought. This was not the life that I imagined, right? And I remember, it was in that season that somewhere along the line, someone shares this flyer about an interior design training. I'm like, okay. I worked here for like a few months, and I thought I liked it. Let's see what could come out of that. So my husband pays for the training. I attend the training. By the time the training was, I was going for training, I was already pregnant with my first child. So this is me having to back my child to classes. Having to back my child to classes every evening, all the way from Ikeja to Lekki. I did that for a month. And I remember after the training, I was given an opportunity to intern. It was one of those days while interning, I was supervising a site, and I just took a picture of myself at this site and posted it on my Instagram page saying, hello, I'm now an interior designer. If you need my services, all at me. That very day, I got my first 2 clients. One was a corporate project, one is a residential project, and they were both above 1 million naira. And that's how I started business, and it's been almost 8 years since then.
Wow. A round of applause for her, please. I think that's a very classic story of serendipity, right? Opportunity just came, and you're prepared for it, and you took advantage of it. And fun fact, we have an amazing space at Wema Bank, Innovation Lab. She designed it. A round of applause for her. It's actually a very, very amazing space. All right, so I think I'll come back to you, Ma. Next question for you will be, we live in an age of technology right now. So as an SME Mongol that you are, how will you advise SMEs, how will you advise them to take advantage of technology, to basically how will you advise SMEs to take advantage of technology in creating money on demand for their businesses?
Okay, I wish I started my business at this time of my life, because now it is actually much easier to use technology to grow your business or make money on demand. For instance, there's the AI tools. There are different ways you can even start e-commerce or any other thing you can do. But one thing I will say to you, start with the free platforms. So what are the free platforms, please? You have your Instagram, you have your WhatsApp, you have your LinkedIn, you have your Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Start, but have an intent of making money. One of the things I see a lot of times with a lot of others creators that are coming online is that they are so focused on being popular and not so focused on making money. So please, I want to say something to you, and I want you to respond back to me. May I never be popular and broke. Say it after me. May I never be popular and broke. Many of the people you see on social media are just after fame, and I don't want you to be a part of that. Don't follow the noise, don't follow the bandwagon. Ask yourself, okay, how can Instagram make money for me? Right? What tools can I, what is a particular feature on Instagram that I'm so good at? Do you know that some people who are looking for who will help them out to reply DMs? That their DMs are so overwhelmed that they don't have time. I am one of the persons, and I'm going to tell you for free. My DSI, I'm very good at posting. I don't have time to enter that DM because sometimes it's as if you're entering a big market and you come outside. You're like, no, this is not for me. I hire someone to convert every single person that wants to join my DSI. Let me explain to you. I charge 350,000 naira for one person to come and join my DSI. And the person sits down in my DM. She's not posting. She's not doing anything. She just sits down in my DM. When I make a post and people say I want to pay, not that she's doing anything, no. They are coming on their own. They have said they want to pay. But I don't have time to be sending account number. She sits down and I give her 1%. 1% of every 350,000. I don't pay her salary. She just sits down and converts them. And I have over 500 students sometimes. So please, can you do the mathematics? How much is making sitting down in my DM? Please, 1% of 350,000 times, 500. How much is she making? So some of you can actually use technology and just sit down. But then again, you don't even know how to approach people to get these jobs. Many people are looking for people who will help them out to organize their life. Some people are looking for people who will be community managers, yes. People who and you love chatting on WhatsApp, but you're chatting rubbish. You're chatting and gossiping with somebody, see that person, they called her out, they dragged her, when others, and you're wasting your data. Why don't you use it and learn how to become a community manager? Sit and organize people and hail them and learn it. At least to learn how to be all these things is easy. Just go on YouTube. Just type, how can I become a community manager? How can I become a DM closer? All those things are there. The possibilities are there, but you are not checking all those things. So if you want to use technology to grow or scale and make money every single day of your life, that somebody will be thinking that this guy is into Yahoo, because you're definitely going to be sitting at home. You will not have time. You will just be at home. Generator will be on. Everything will be on. But every time you're chatting, because the generator has to be on so that you can charge your phone, Abby. Because you have to be replying and responding to people. So just think about it. And someone will ask, maybe how can I get someone like me? The person who came to me, pitched to me, made a 1-minute video, sent me a message on my DM and said, oh, hi Nelly, I do this thing, this is what I do, shared. I know that the person did not send me a broadcast message, because that's one of the problems you guys also have. You now start sending, hello, dear sir and madam, because if you say sir and madam, it means you don't know who you're speaking to, sure you know. So when you think about it that way, you now be able to streamline and go and meet people. You have to observe. You have to make a research of the person who you want to meet for you to be able to get the jobs that you want. Technology is going to help you to grow. Do you know how many people are looking for editors? You have been using CapCut things. You have been using it. You have edited all the pictures. Even from here now, the one you're going to do today, you're going to edit it. But you have never really thought about helping others to edit. People call you guru, yeah, chairman, but yet you're broke. You don't have money. You can't even use their app on your phone to be able to create wealth for yourself. So we need to start changing the narrative. Don't be popular and be broke. Don't be knowing it all and you don't use all these resources. It becomes useless to you. Do you understand me? So from today onwards, say to yourself, I'm going to look for a single feature that I'm going to use to grow and scale my life. And you're going to use it to make money. There are some people who make money every day. I am one of them. I said to myself, since 2018, every blessed day of my life, not 2000, I've been making money, but not 2018, I've been making money every blessed day of my life. I started that since 2021. Every blessed day of my life, there must be somebody that must pay me, even if it's 1K. I'm not joking. So there's something called daily bank alert. How do you create automations? How do you use these AI tools to make sure someone pays you? How do you even optimize your website so that when the person is checking out, if the person came to buy akara, you tell them the people who bought akara bought bread, oh, can't you buy the akara and the bread at the same time? Learn all these things. There are ways they can do it. You have to reduce the more you talk, because if you want to scale and grow or make money all the time, you need to reduce the talking and have tools work for you. Okay? So start thinking. What am I good at? You can really ask yourself, are you good at chatting? Are you good at gossiping? How can that gossip help me in my life? Can I create a page that I can start to become a blogger? So that I can charge people for advertisement? Start thinking that way. Don't be a gossiper that doesn't make money. Do you understand? Please, am I talking to human beings or am I speaking your mind? Some of you really need to hear these things because you see all these people that are popular and say, oh, I want to be like you. No, don't be like anybody. Some of you, your current situation is actually better than the people who you look up to. I'm telling you for free. Most of the people you look up to don't have anything, and you can be the person that is going to make the change in your life. So ask yourself today, what tool can I pick up from, or what feature can I pick up from all these free platforms and develop myself, learn how to use it on YouTube, and then go and reach out to people. You must have a system. You must have a way to get more clients, or else, if you don't have more people coming to buy from you, or more people coming to approach you for something, you become bankrupt, and then you go back into your normal way of begging for 2K, and you don't want that. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. That was like a charge. Thank you. All right, so I think I'm moving on now to Bumi George. My next question for you, Ma, is how do you monetize your expertise through writing and media contributions?
Okay, thank you very much. I think from the beginning, you have to understand that and be a valuable person. I have something valuable to contribute, just like what Nelly said. Different people are sharing different things online now. Media is not like it was 10 years ago, right? Or 12 years ago when I first started. Now you can easily make money off of teaching people how to tie a turban, right? So it's important for you to have that mindset and be open to the fact that there's so much that you can do. The things that come freely to you, other people don't know about, right? So for me, I have always been very vocal about what I believe in, both professionally and in my Christian walk, and just inspirational. And I had been sharing for free online, and I will still continue to share, right? However, making money off of writing was not the motivation. I just wanted to better the lives of people with what had worked for me. And then gigs started coming, right? So the first people that approached me was not even any small company or brand. It was a big publication, Guardian newspaper. That was my first writing gig in Nigeria. And they sent me a message to say, an email to say, hey, we're revamping our style and what we want to put out to the audience, and we think that you can give us amazing contributions twice a month. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. This is also good for my CV. It will help me grow, even myself as an expert as well, And so I took it on. Now, the money was not that much. I'm sure you think, oh, Guardian, they're going to pay you 1 million naira per article. No. I'm not going to say how much they paid, but it was not amazing. It was good. It was like, I would call it passive income, because I'm writing what I enjoy. It's not going to take me time. If I want to sit down and write an article, it will probably take me 30 to 45 minutes to pen or to type what I want out of my head. So it was not something that, I had to kind of like stress over, go over and over again. It's just something I'll just write. So I'll just write it 30, 45 minutes, send it off, change whatever I need to change, and then they'll post it. I wrote for them for 2 years. In between, some other organizations had seen that, oh, she knows what she's talking about, she writes well, she's giving valuable information. How about she starts working for us as well? Guardian Life approached me. I started writing for them. Bella Naija approached me. I started writing for them. TW Magazine approached me. I started writing for them. Genevieve Magazine approached me from time to time to write like quarterly. I started writing for them. Now, what started out as something that I just took on to grow myself, like we said, I also saw it as a personal development project, because I know that I have a vision for my life. And a lot of times we shy away from things that will grow us, right? I wanted to be out there. I wanted to get critiques for my work. I wanted to grow as a dietitian, and these are the ways, right? And I was going to get paid for it. Now, that one single opportunity opened me up to more opportunities that came. Now, when you talk about people in my space, you cannot call 3 people and not call Shredder Gang. It's not possible, right? So as opposed to just thinking about it as a money-making venture, I don't want us to just think about it like that. Even though money is important, you make money off of it, I want you to think about it as something that you're doing for your own personal growth, for your own personal development, for your own quota, to nation building. I don't just see it as just writing, right? I see it as building the nation. It's my own contribution. It's my own quota that I'm contributing to humanity, to say this is XYZ that you can do to make your life better, to be healthier, to be happier. And so I approached it from that mindset. And then money came out of it. Now when we talk about, that's the writing aspect. When we talk about, the media, now I get paid millions of naira to show up to places without even opening my mouth, right? But it's because I have built this credibility over time. It didn't just happen. It didn't just happen. It is something that I've been working on. In fact, in the beginning, I won't even say that I started this and I had some vision that this was what's going to happen to my life. I'll be lying if I say that that's what it was. I would say that a lot of the things that happened to me have happened to me not by chance, but without really my own drive in the beginning. It was when I saw the momentum, I'm like, okay, something is happening here. Let me pay attention to it, right? And so now I have built credibility in different spaces, not just one, not just in the health and fitness industry, right? On social media as an influence, because I don't call myself an influencer, I call myself an influence, as an influence, as a noteworthy individual. So of course, when you have credibility and you have integrity, people want to associate you with their brand, right? So after I leave here, I'm going somewhere and I'm getting paid to just smile and cross my leg. Amazing.
All right, how many of us wants to just go somewhere, smile and cross their legs? Please raise your hand. All right, thank you so much. All right, so my next question for Funto Ibioye will be, you're in a very creative space, right? So my question is, how do you balance creative passion and profitability? You make spaces look fine and all of that, but how do you balance all of that with making money?
I love it, so good. So I think it's really understanding that, yes, you're creative, you do amazing spaces and all, but what really is the vision? So let's start with the vision. Where do you see yourself in years to come, 5 years, 10 years? What's the main goal? What's the driving force? I think for every organization to grow and become actually profitable, there has to be a vision that we're all going at, right? And that vision must be captivating enough that everyone who is part of that organization, as scripture says, can see the vision and they are motivated to want to run with it. That means your vision is captivating enough that they are by themselves taking ownership on their own roles, doing things, proactively without you having to micromanage them. So vision is really powerful in, creating that balance between passion and profitability. So when people come, okay, this is what we do, but beyond what we do, this is where we are going to, this is where we are headed. And if they can see themselves in that vision, they'll want to give themselves to run with that vision. So yes, one, vision is very key. Number two is taking risks. You're not going to, grow or scale anything if you're not ready to take risks. Recently I read somewhere that the root word, I think, is Hebrew or Greek. I can't remember which one, but the root word for entrepreneur is man of faith. And another word for faith is risk. So if you're going to become profitable, you're going to have to take risks. You're going to have to take calculated risks. So what risk are you taking? And the third thing for me, so vision, taking risk, and then making strategic decisions, right? So there was a point at 528 where, I'd been growing. I started by myself, one-woman business, bootstrapping, like Bumi said, and all of that. And then at some point, it became clear that, we needed to get a space. I needed to go beyond just me, myself, and I needed to bring in more people, right? So getting a space at that time, even though to me personally, it didn't really make sense, because I'm like, okay, I don't really need a space. I mean, I can work from my car, I can work from client's office. I had about 2 interns then. We can always meet in my house. But what a space what getting a space did to us was that it helped us put systems and structure in place. So we got a space. Now we needed to get people to, handle separate things that were not the core business. So our core business is design, but we needed to get an accountant, we needed to get a tax consultant, and needed to get an administrator. So all of that was us putting structure in place, and it's because of that structure that we've been able to scale and become as profitable as we are now, right? So vision, taking risks, and then making strategic decisions at strategic moments of your business. Yeah.
Amazing. A round of applause for her. And I think if we observe clearly, like she said earlier, she used to be an accountant, or she's still an accountant. She doesn't practice accounting anymore, but we'll see that laid the foundation for the business she has built, and I'm very sure that one naira won't miss from her business, being that she's an accountant, right? All right, so I think there's a 24-year-old boy somewhere here and a 22-year-old girl. So starting with Shuma, what last parting words do you have for them? Final words, yeah.
Okay, so one of the first things I'll tell you is to be consistent in the valuable thing you're doing. Please, the word is valuable. Because when we hear consistency, you can be doing rubbish and you're saying you're consistently doing rubbish. The day you wake up from that, you're this thing. Like what I mean, for instance, you are, for everybody has, let me use social media for instance. Everybody knows now, business owners will just be posting. Let's say you're one, you're just been posting, you are consistently posting your content, the outdated one. You're not looking at what's happening currently. That is not consistency. That's not being consistent. I want you to really check how to become more valuable and create some sort of consistency around that. I want you to remember that all the family problem is not your problem. I know this one will sound like I say, because especially as you're growing, and me too. When Dr. Lumide was talking, I just said, I'm my firstborn, so I know what they're saying. Don't think that you need to carry your family problem in your head. That God brought you out first does not mean that it's you that is supposed to carry everybody's problem. You need to learn fast how to structure out your life and help everyone to balance. Do that earlier. Say, which one can you do? Which one can you do? Because if not, you'll get drowned. Number 3, always remember that there is a process and there's a growth. There's a time for you to seed, as in, what's the name? There's a time for you to actually start to put in something, right? So to make sure that it starts to grow. That there's a time for you to harvest whatever you have finally invested in your life. So personal branding is very important. Watch what your customers want. I don't believe so much in fake it until you make it. I believe so much that you can actually start small, grow. Don't fake anything. People can smell a fake life human being from a mile radius. If you're faking it, they know it. So please, you don't need to overstress yourself. Calm down. Just calm down. Don't be in a hurry to try to show that you have made it in life. And then note that you need to start building now, start investing now. That little 1,000 naira you may be investing right now may be something amazing in the future. And reduce your parties if you have to. Reduce your girlfriends if you have to. It's true now. And all of you, where they go see boyfriend every time, reduce it, because the truth is that all those things are taking out a lot from you. You will need to also have time for yourself where you are only sitting down and thinking. I'm not talking about doing any other thing, no. You're just going to sit down with yourself every day and say, let me think about my day. How am I going to start it? How am I going to end it? When you finish thinking, write it down. Write things down. Don't say it's in my head. Don't say it. Because when you just step out, the whole world and their problems will come out. So please, try and do that. And at the end of the day, remember that it will end in praise. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for Nigeria branches. All right, thank you so much, Ma. Next up, please, Ma, any parting shots for?
One of the first things I'll say is focus. Focus, 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 and have audacity. For me, sometimes I look back at my life and I wonder that what kind of audacity did I have? But I had the audacity that God gave me. I left the Canada that everybody's jabbing into right now. And I was focused and I was determined because I had a word from God. So what is God saying about your life? What is God saying about your future? And how are you walking towards that? Right? When I told my family that I was going to move to Nigeria at the age of 24 to come and start this business that had never existed in Nigeria, my father called me and he was like, I say, you want to do this? I say, yes. He said, who has done it before? I said, nobody, Daddy. My daddy laughed. He said, so this girl, you won't kill me. So you think that you just go to Nigeria and Nigeria will just open its arms to you and just welcome you? I said, yes. He just laughed. Like, this one is just a small girl. She doesn't know. But I actually believed that was going to happen. And Nigeria was going to have arms wide open and accept me. And guess what? It happened. It happened, right? So have the audacity. Now, work on your life. Get rid of time wasters. You see, sometimes entertainment is great, your phone is fantastic, social media, but they are time stealers. And if God is going to make investments in your life, trust me, he needs his returns on it. God is a master, wise investment. How do you call it? He doesn't waste his investments, right? He's wise. Work on your identity. There are patterns of your life that need assessment. There are things that think about the wrong thinking that you have and heal. You must heal. There are things that have happened to you in your past that will stop you from accomplishing certain things. That, that some people, they will say, when I was just at my breakthrough, something popped up. They'll say, it's my village people, somebody has said something. It's wrong patterns of thinking. We have to look at the ways in our lives that these wrong patterns are showing up and heal and deal with them. Another thing I'll say is trust the process and the timing of God for your life. Trust the process. Who I am today is not who I was when I was 24, right? I have gone through many different seasons, and I'm an advocate for believing that if I need something right now, I'm going to have it. And if I don't have it, I don't need it. If right now I need to drive a G-Wagon for something that God wants me to do, trust me, I'm going to have that G-Wagon. And if I don't have it, it's because I don't need it for my destiny. So whatever it is that you need for your destiny, know that you are going to have it. So there's no need trying to force things to happen. I'm not saying you shouldn't be diligent. I'm not saying you should not work hard. But I'm saying there's no need trying to force certain things to happen that are out of God's will for your life. So be rest assured that God has a plan for your life. He has a way that path is going to take, and you can trust him with that. And the last thing I'll say is good things take time. I mean, same with trust the process. And there's wisdom in counsel. So one of the things that have really worked for me in the past 12 years is the fact that I consult God before I do anything. I make sure that God wants me to do certain things. And there are some things that there are no yes or no. You say, go ahead and make a decision and let's see. But if there's major things, major decisions that I need to make, I have wise people that I take counsel from. I can come and say, Funto, hey, I have this idea. What do you think about it? I go to 2 to 3 people and get their own insights on whether this is a good idea or this is not such a good idea. Doing that has saved me a lot of errors in business. I can't tell you how many errors it has saved me. A lot of times, if you just go to certain people and ask for the wisdom from them, it will save you problem, right? Now, the last thing I'll say is self-assessment. At the end of every day, take self-assessment. Think about how your day has gone. Think about the things that you did right. Think about the things that you didn't do right. Think about how you can better the things that you didn't do right. Some of the things that you have said that you think, maybe I should have said this a different way. In life, self-awareness is very, very important. And you can only do that through assessing. That's why I call self-assessment. I do it all the time. I do it every single day. Before I put my head to sleep, I run through my day and I see the things that maybe perturbed me. And I ask myself, why did that perturb me? Why did that make me feel a certain way? Or Nelly said something to me. I felt bad about it. Why did I feel bad about it? What is that pricking in me? Is that showing me some things that maybe I need healing on? Or is there something that she said that was true or that I'm angry about? Take self-assessment and trust me, you'll be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take self-assessment and trust her, you'll be better for it. All right, last panelist, Madam Funto, please, your parting words.
Okay, so I'll just say 3 major things. Number 1 is wealth flows in the direction of value. So what value are you giving? How valuable is your product or your service? You want to be so good at whatever it is that you're doing that it's so hard to find a replacement for you. And that includes what we've all said, personal development training. You need to keep improving yourself. You need to keep improving your product. You need to keep improving your services. So at every point in time in my business, quarterly, biannually, we're always looking at how we can fine-tune our processes, how we can fine-tune our services, how we can fine-tune our products, what we're offering, so that we stay at the cutting edge, right? And as believers, right, because I believe we're talking to kings, as believers, we have an advantage in the Holy Spirit, right? The Holy Spirit can give you strategies and instructions on how to be valuable beyond what the non-believers, have. Number 2 thing is, because we're made in the image and likeness of God, we are multi-dimensional beings. And what that translates to when it comes to money is that we're created to have multi-dimensional flows, or what we refer to as streams of income. And one woman who I really love in the scripture, she's called the Proverbs 31 woman. And I know a lot of people don't really like her, but I love her. And I believe that one of the major reasons why she's not named is because she can be any of us, right? But guess what? I realized that this woman, verse 13 and verse 24 talks about how, she does wool and flax and she makes garments and sells. So she was doing fashion. Verse 16 says that she considers a field and she buys it. So she was doing real estate and then farming and agric, right? And there's another verse, I can't remember which verse exactly, but it says that, so she was doing fashion, she was doing real estate, and then she was selling food. She was doing food. She said that she brings merchant ships from abroad, food. So she was doing different things. So don't limit yourself to just one stream of income. You have that thing in you to express your multi-dimensional flows. So as you grow with God, as you go in your relationship with God, as you go with the Holy Spirit, it will start to highlight and start to show you, okay, you can do this. This money can come from here. So for instance, yes, I run 528, but I also make money from selling books, from writing and selling books. I've authored 6 books, right? I also make money from doing training programs for companies, for individuals. There are different streams where money flows in from. And why we need to have many streams, right, especially as believers, brings me to my 3rd point. Money is not just really about, I have this money, I can, buy Gucci bags and wear Chanel shoes and wear a bone straight hair and go on 3 vacations on business class and post on Instagram. All those things are great, but much more than that, money is about dominion. Because he who owns the resources makes the rules. So the people who are pushing agendas in this generation, people who are pushing abortion agendas, LGBTQ agendas, all the agendas that are agending, money is powering it. So the reason why you must make this money is so that you must push God's agenda. So which agenda is your money pushing? What are you sending your money to do? So yes, you have all this money, you're making all these streams. It's not just so that you can look good. Are you pushing God's agenda? So I want you to leave here asking yourself, because whether you like it or not, your money is either there's no middle ground. You're either serving God's agenda or propagating the enemy's agenda. So I want you to leave here asking yourself, whose agenda is my money funding? Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Whose agenda is your money following? All right, so I think at this point we've come to the end of this insightful panel session. I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you so much. Before we leave, please, can we have Pastor Dami and his amiable wife, Pastor Tojo, on the stage for pictures? A round of applause for them as they come up. All right, that was an amazing panel session. Please, a round of applause for them as they go. All right, so give an opportunity for two people to just briefly talk about what stood out for them. One person, rather. And I'll pick at random. You, sir, in the pink shirt in front. Yes, sir, you exactly looking behind. Thank you. You can come up and just...
Hello, everyone. My name is Faith from the University of Ibadan, and I think what stood out for me was the point she mentioned that I should find something doing, and I think it was Nelly that mentioned that if it's gossiping, what value can gossiping give to you? So I feel like, okay.
A round of applause for him. All right, so how has it been for you? If you're excited, please make a loud noise. Okay, so I think at this point we're going on a short break, a short leg break. We can network, we can check out the booth. We have amazing stuff at the back there. And we can meet and greet people. So for about 10-15 minutes thereabout, just let's take a short break. I'll tell us when we come back after the short break. Thank you.
That's why when I want to praise you, I don't let do, I'm on the low key, yo. I must allow this, yo. Say, hello, it's all Lord. Oh no, you cannot go in. That is why me, I dey follow you. Jehovah, If God before me, me and the one that will be that take a one call show him muscle. They never tell her, bro, son go touch you. No be me go fight there, no be me go bust the bottle. If God before me. God before you, who goes down, man? Who goes down, man? Who goes down, man? If God before me, who goes down, man? I say nobody. If God before you, who goes down, man? Who goes down, man? Who goes down, man? I say nobody. Shit. Come on, buddy, my attention. My dear brother, no go, cause who God don't bless, so you don't do anything. We go little this. Okay, listen, I don't get time for fully. Make I remind you if you don't forget. Touch not my anointed, that's correct. But if you put hand, oh bros, you can collect. Ask the book of Guinness. You get the time away, but this a be shaker. When he got it, try my body to face. You put your grass, your dirty, your paper. Remember Pharaoh where they formed down, dada. With every step I take, on every move I make, my consciousness and all of my unconsciousness, and you will allow me there to say God's gifts, no hold to regrets. Yeah, I am fully sold out to you, and my hope is in you alone. And if you look me well, it's written all over me. I'm folding my arms, they wide open for your embrace, and I cannot stress it. You have no rival, none is your equal, and I can't make no sense of any if you ain't me. Oh yo, me, oh yo, oh go me, you complete me. You're more than enough for me. You have no rival, none is your equal, and I can't make no sense of any if you ain't me. Oh yo, me, oh yo, oh go me, you complete me. You're more than enough for me. Just so mommy, oh, my jealous lover. So special is what I am. Irreplaceable is how you make me. You make me feel something so real. My hope is in you. Alone. All over me. Can't hold my nose. They wide open for your embrace, and I cannot stress it. You have no rival, none is your equal, and I can't make no sense of it if you make me. Just a little, and a little bit more. But the truth is, oh, what the truth is, I just can't get enough. Blow me a whistle, can you fire me a gun? Oh, your love is my trigger, oh, your love is my drug. Oh, yeah, put it in practice, give me all of your emotions. Oh, yeah, so let okay, oh, yeah, so delay. What you're doing is in madness. Can I put you on my canvas? You're making me feel like an artist. Oh, you make a cinnamon, you could make a cinnamon, go turn righteous, righteous. Oh yeah, good, oh yeah, good. Can you do what I do? My finish shako, my finish bado, make me look like a fool. Oh yeah, give me more, what's on me do? Can I hold on to you? Cause ain't nobody could love you like I do. Oh yeah, do me like oh, oh, oh. Can you love me like oh? Can you love me like oh yeah, show me what you feel. I need me what you do. Can you love me like oh? Can you love me like oh yeah, I see the vision. You want me the same direction. Oh yeah, love me one time, two times, till you run out of affection. Oh yeah, so pure, you're so true. Ooh, oh your love is so contagious, and you will never have to question my love. You will never have to doubt us. Oh yeah, good, oh yeah, good. Can you do as I do? My feel me shako, my feel me bado, make me look like a fool. Oh yeah, give me move, my soul me know. Can I hold on to you? Cause ain't nobody who love you like I do. Oh yeah, do me like oh, oh, oh. Can you love me like oh? Can you love me like oh yeah, show me what you do. I need me what you do. Can you love me like oh? Can you love me like oh yeah, move, oh yeah, good. Can you do as I do? Oh yeah, give me more, my soul me know. Can I hold on to you? Can I hold on to you? Don't let us up you in allegiance. Since I took your class, I've been stuck on you. But I still wanna you lay me, oh, show your countenance. Desperate, oh, I'm latching on to you. I for once, oh, I'm surrounded. Pull me from the deep end, pull me close to you. Dusk till dawn, you leave me enchanted. My heart is an address, so it resides with you. There's nothing in this life, be real. How wonderful, how beautiful to be loved by you, to be loved by you. I cannot deny, be real. How wonderful, how beautiful to be loved by you, to be loved by you. Here the after, oh, in elegance. You rain, and I can feel your shoes.
Kingdoms are falling, but you're still gallant. I know that I can count on you. I for one, oh I'm surrounded. Pull me from the deep end, pull me close to you. Dusk till dawn, you will leave me enchanted. My heart is an address, so it resides with you. There's none in this life, be real. How wonderful, how beautiful to be loved by you, to be loved by you. I cannot deny, be real. How wonderful, how beautiful to be loved by you, to be loved by you.
suck up. Carry on for hell, talk about them non-stop. Sing melodies to the king, make we turn up. I don't need fast, so give Gucci. This my joint, no be from money. NSC, I be from money. Let me be my own, let me be fast, so give Gucci. This my joint, no be from money. NSC, I be from money. Let me be my own, let me be they fall inside you. Why I no go rejoice? Why I no go make noise? My body will my pay for you. Me a good, major love. If that's why not, me I no go up. This one me I no fit do and suck. Before I knew I needed to really light for me all out. Child baby price for me all over God. Child baby price for me all of it. My contribution was the sin way make am die for me. Because I saw give Gucci. This my joy no be from money. And they see I be from money. Let me be my own, let me die. Because I saw give Gucci. This my joy no be from money. And they see I be from money. Let me be my own. You dey do wetin man no fit do. One of the best choirs of Lagos, Nigeria. Come on now. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you one of the best choirs in the city of Lagos, Nigeria. Come on now.
Ọmọ bàbá.
Baby, what?
Baby shake. Nípa ìgbàgbọ́ nínú Jésù.
Say what?
Ṣebí bàbá mi.
Lónìlẹ̀ o. Let's go.
Kí máa yọ fanda, 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 kí máa yọ fanda.
Are you ready for step two? Are you ready for step two? 1, 2, 3, let's go, say.
Ìdè mi ti já, ṣẹ̀kẹ̀ṣẹ̀kẹ̀ ti bọ̀, ọ̀run ti ṣí, ire mi wọlé dé, mo ti lálùyọ, omi lórí skyscraper, mo ti wà lókè, má lọ́nà gẹ̀rẹ̀, wá bá mi lókè.
I'm seated in His way. If you look, you will see, I got it in your post. It doesn't cross my brain. Everywhere I go,
Oh, Baba, baby shake.
I can hear you.
Nípa ìgbàgbọ́ nínú Jésù.
Ladies and gentlemen. Jesus paid from before time began. He has never ever changed. He's the same today, just as he was yesterday. Miracle, goodness, favor, mercy, sure. My brother, tell him what you want. He'll give you everything and more. Miracle, no they tire Jesus. Miracle, no they tire Jesus. Blessing, blessing, no they tire Jesus. You don't do one before you still they do one again. Miracle, no they tire. My eyes have seen and my ears have heard of the favor and the blessing of the Lord upon my life. Papa, you too much, oh. Jesus, now Papa, overdue. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Papa, your goodness, it they make my belly full. Papa, you too much, oh. This one a blessing overdose, oh. Miracle, no they tire Jesus. Miracle, no they tire Jesus. Blessing, blessing, no they tire Jesus. You don't do one before you still they do one again. Miracle, no they tire Jesus. Blessing, blessing, no they tire Jesus.
When Jesus says yes, nobody can say no. When Jesus says yes, nobody can say no. I'm not worried about a thing, 'cause I know you are guiding me. Where you lead me, Lord, I will go. I have no fear, 'cause I know who's in control. There's no limit to what you can do, 'cause it all belongs to you. Yes, it all belongs to you. No rushing on. You're almighty and all powerful, and it all belongs to you. Yes, it all belongs to you. When Jesus says yes, nobody can say no. 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 I'm not worried about a thing, 'cause I know you are guiding me. When you lead me, Lord, I will go. I have no fear, 'cause I know who's in control. There's no limit to what you can do, 'cause it all belongs to you. Yes, it all belongs to you. You're almighty and all powerful, and it all belongs to you. Yes, it all belongs to you. When Jesus says yes, nobody can say no.
Hello.
All right. It's been an amazing 15, 20 minutes or so. Please, can we just come back to our seats? Please take next 2 minutes to just come back to our seats for the next second half of this amazing event. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So we have a minute to get back to our seats. I know there's a lot to buy, there's a lot to eat, there are a lot of people to meet, but I promise you we're still going to have time to do that. So let's get back to our seats as we continue with this program.
I also like to announce that we have games and we have money and freebies to be won. So please, the earlier you get back to your seat, the better. Who knows, there might just be some prizes for whoever comes to their feast fastest.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. So we're about to continue with the program. Let's get back to our seats so that we can wrap up in time.
Okay, I would like to introduce our delectable co-host. Her
Hello.
name is Barrister Toluwani. A round of applause for her.
Hi, my
A
name is
louder round of
Toluwani.
applause, please. So we'll be working together on the second half of this event. All right, so next up we have a very exciting game called Kahoot. Fun fact, there's money to be won. So please use a very reliable network and hold your phone very closely. There's a lot of money to be won. I don't know if you can confirm if the Kahoot game is ready. Okay, awesome.
So we are starting the game now. There's a lot of money. There's money to be won. So you might want to gather around, whip out your phones.
So you can either scan the QR code or just go to Kahoot, the Kahoot website, Kahoot.app, then put in your PIN. The game PIN is 6970254. So we'll give 1 minute for everyone to do that. Okay,
This
Abiana
person is
just
fast
joined.
and furious. Abiana, right?
Sabi is here.
Sabi is in data.
Okay, Update Arena, AK.
So to join, you can go to the website www.kahoot.it or scan the QR code.
Okay, we have 10 people now. 16. I think we'll stop at 50. Okay, maybe we'll stop at 50. So please bring out your phones. Make sure you use a reliable network. There's money to be won.
All right, we are, okay, we're at 50 now.
Okay. If you can get to 60, that would be great. Once you get to 60, that's it. All right. 3, 2, 1, action.
62. All right.
All right. So I think we're good. We can start the game now. Okay.
Gen Zs, can you relate? Okay.
All right. Our own dear native land.
Data is on the leaderboard.
Dutor, amazing. Just to also mention, it's a game of speed as well. So the faster you click, the better.
And be careful not to get confused by the options and pick the wrong thing.
Okay.
All right.
Rolla is leading now.
This is current affairs. You can know who is current and who is not.
I'm wealthy. Amazing. Question 4 of 13.
Omo. Okay. I am wealthy is about to become wealthy. Ayobami is on the leaderboard now. Ayobami again. I am wealthy, you can do this, so. Ayobami, I want to see this Ayobami person.
Gang, gang. You see those who not read the flyer. No, wait, oh. This is the start. It's not supposed to be the start.
Just be observing. There are some mistakes there.
Huh. Congratulations, Rolla. Congratulations, Jojo. And Ayobami, congratulations.
Sorry, who's Ayobami? Please, you can stand. Please come forward.
Let's give her a hand. Please clap for
Jojo and
them.
Rolla as well, please come forward.
Please let's clap for them. Thank you. It's not easy.
Wow. No, you can just stay. It's fine. You can stay down. You can face them.
I have a joke, but I won't crack it.
So please, who's Ayobami? Wow, a round of applause for her. This is our winner. Rolla, Jojo, our runner-up, and Rolla is our second runner-up. A round of applause for them. So I'll say that they have won vouchers to buy stuff at the store. We'll communicate with you. A round of applause for them again. Interestingly, they are all ladies. That's no words.
May I have words?
All right. So I think that's the end of our Kahoot game. It was really fun. Next up.
All right. Hope we are having such a great time so far. Once again, I'm Toluwani, and this is
Ademola Adewi.
Thank you. So if you see me on the street, you can say hi. All right. So we all know this is King's Business and Career Expo 4.0. No, 4.0, right? Let me get my pronunciation because Felix is looking at me. Right? And we are Kings. King stands for Kingdom Influencers in Nations, Generations, and Systems. And we believe that we have been called to raise other kingdom influencers in whatever sphere we find ourselves. So we are just making sure that the gospel is known in any area. It doesn't matter the industry that you find yourself. You are called to shine forth as light. So we're going to have some of our ushers just give you a flyer to just let you know who we are, what we do, and other details. We're having service tomorrow by 9 a.m. at our two different hubs. So we have one hub in Anthony, King's Hub at Bush Street, and then we also have another hub in Lekki at Novus Plaza. So if you're available, if you are looking for a church to worship at, if you're looking to get to know God more, and you're looking for a vibrant community of young people that love the Lord, King's is the place to be. Okay?
Yes, King's is the place to be. We have 2 Power Pack services tomorrow, and we'd love to have you. All right, so our next for us is Filipiano. It's coming to bless us with amazing tunes. Please put your hands together for him, please.
Can I hear the clap of the biggest billionaires in the house? Come on, you can clap. Billionaires are not scared to clap. Okay, clap as big as the money you want to have. Sorry, thank you. Okay, I am Filippiano and you can call me Minister of Finance. Yeah, so I know, like FI said before she left, one of the reasons we should be financially stable is to have dominion. So in the gospel music, in the Afro gospel scene, we can't sideline financial songs and songs that relate with Philippians 4:19. Who knows what is Philippians 4:19? God bless you. So Philippians 4:19. My God shall supply all my needs according to his riches in glory. So this first song I'm performing 3 songs: Economy, Sapa No Fit Catch Me, and 100 Million. But before we get there, I'm performing this first one, Economy. I dropped this song this year when everything went up, went on the high side, just to give a prophetic sound to the atmosphere that economy kò lè dọ́mọ Jésù dúró. Somebody say that. Say economy kò lè dọ́mọ Jésù dúró. It's very simple. Say economy kò lè dọ́mọ Jésù dúró. Dúró. Even for scarcity, I still choose to believe in you. It's very simple. Can we go? This one is a sermon, so you can sit down and sing it. The next one, we're going to have to stand up. Are you ready? Let's go. Filippiano. Listen to the words and get it. Say, in time of lack, in time of want, I will not be ashamed. I will not be ashamed. Now in day my back, still day my front. I will not be ashamed. I will not be ashamed. Say, economy, kule dama Jesu duro, duro. Even for scarcity, I still choose to believe in you, in you. Hey, economy, kule dama Jesu duro, duro. Even for scarcity, I still choose to believe in you, in you. Oh, 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 hey, oh, 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 oh. Listen to this part I really love. Are you ready? Say, hey, hold up one time. Jesus still they turn water to wine. Dollars to mine. She won't go me, she won't go me. He dey feed me, olumbo me. I don't know why he love me. He go give me all I want into economy. Ole dama Jesu duro. You know the song by now, say even for scarcity, I still choose to believe in you, in you. Hey, hey. Economy, ole dama Jesu. Even for scarcity, I still choose to believe in you, in you. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah, oh, 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 oh. God bless you. That's that about the economy. You cannot first keep that one on one side. If everybody is complaining about economy, you as a believer, you can't. Now we are going to this one. This one you are going to have to stand up and put on your flashlight from that phone you want to receive that alert. It's simple. I'm sure some of us know the song. Sakpa, sakpa, no fit catch me. You say what? He go open the wind. Money go there. One more time. Rise up with your flashlight. Let's go. Say it. As loud as you want your money to be. He go waiting now. Open the money go there where? So we are going to perform this song like a very large billionaire mass choir. Are you ready? Are you ready? Now, when you get to a point, you have to jump. The higher you jump, the higher your money. Are you ready? It's prophetic. Let's go. So, like a large mass choir. Sakpa no fi catch me. Raise up, raise up, raise up. I know the God I'm serving. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He open the windows. Money. Now, King's Mass Choir. 1, 2, 3, you say what?
I know the God I'm serving.
King Mass Choir. The higher you jump, the higher money. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Sakpa no be catch me. I know the God I'm serving. He go open the window. Dollars go there. Now, whoever like this, say, hey, I have many things I want to say. Hey, are you ready? Say, I can. Hey, he's always providing all of my needs. Hey, do like this.
I am going higher.
Lower, never going higher. Hey, are you ready to jump now? The higher you go, the higher. 1, 2, 3, you. Come on.
I know the God I'm serving.
Where are the billionaires in dollars? Money go there. So last of Hey, he go open the window. Hey, money go there. Now, look for 7 people. Tell them I can never go broke.
I will never go broke.
Hey, because of my heavenly
Father.
Are you ready? Now look at me. The one that raise that phone for the alert all.
He has promised me daily.
Pastor Dami, can you come and join me, please? Pastor Dami, come and join me. Let's go. I know
the God.
Are you ready? Hey.
I know.
Are you ready? 1, 2, let's go. He go open the window. Money go there with. One more time for the final time. Do like this. He go open the window. Money go there. Hey, money go there. Thank you, kids. God bless you.
Wow, that was electrifying.
That was very electrifying. Wow.
I'm sure I've done some
want that to
exercise
end?
now.
I mean, I just didn't want that to end.
Same. It was good.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Filipiano. That was really, really electric. Unfortunately, we have other things. We would love to be here all day dancing, but our destiny requires more. All right. So I think we're moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is our panel session. We already have powerful people in the room. You can just scream if you're excited to see some of them. One of them is wearing a very nice strad. Another is wearing a very lovely red gown. And we have another one wearing a very wonderful gown as well. All right. So without further ado, I want to welcome the anchor of the next panel session, our delectable, as I keep saying, please a round of applause for her. Delectable, amiable Victoria. Thank you. Please a round of applause for her. Please keep clapping, she comes up. Please, please, please. Okay, the next person I'll be inviting up is Mr. Olushola Oluleye. Olaleye, sorry. Please come up, sir. A round of applause for him. He's a fellow Man United fan, so. All right. Next up, we'll be having a doctor, Dr. Choma. Please come up, thank you. A round of applause for her. And last, but definitely not least, a vibrant entrepreneur in the person of Princess Oti. Please come up, thank you. Please, round of applause for her, she comes up. The founder of Kaoshi. Please, let's not stop. You're welcome. All right, thank you so much. So, she'll be anchoring this session. It promises to be very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Demola. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we excited to be here?
Yes.
How has it been? What? Amazing. It's about to get even better, deeper, and more insightful. Right? Okay, so my name is Victoria Hope Opara. I'm a HR consultant. I run a HR company, Bonnie Gray Resources. I have over 10 years experience in talent acquisition, recruitment, and selection. And I've done it for many years, and I really enjoy doing what I do. I'm also an entrepreneur. I run a food business as well. I'm a singer, etc. Yeah. Okay, so and with me, can you guys celebrate this blend of graces, wisdom, experience, insight, expertise? Louder. Yeah. All right, and with me is...
Hello everyone. My name is Dr. Choma Wakamakano.
Your name? Okay, just tell us about yourself in 2 minutes. Introduce yourself and maybe your journey in business and your story.
Okay. Hi again. My name is Dr. Choma Wakamakano. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a reproductive health care physician. I'm widely known on social media as Dr. Zobo, where I share witty healthcare content, mostly education-based, to help create a stronger society, especially when we have reproductive healthcare for women and adolescents. I'm also the founder of Smile With Me Foundation. Smile With Me Foundation is an NGO leveraging digital technology to provide women and adolescents in underserved areas with quality and accessible reproductive health care services. There's a lot more, but honestly, I can't go into that right now. I think as we start the conversation, you will learn more about what I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's an honor to be here.
Thank you very much. And next.
All right, thank you so much. Hi everyone, good afternoon. So before I say anything, I'd like to first and foremost express how privileged I feel to be here. Pastor Dami, thank you so much for having me. Pastor Toju, thank you so much, ma'am. I have very sentimental reasons why trust me, the wide array of speaking invites I get. My team knew that the moment they told me, I think it was Jay who messaged me or something, and then they sent a follow. I just say, you know what, anything Kings, just say yes. As long as it doesn't clash with anyone. And it's for so many reasons. First and foremost, because of the person that Pastor Dami is. Sir, I grew up admiring you. I watched The Debaters when I was young. I think it was late 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. Abi? I think late 2000s. I would watch you speak. I'd always known I was going to be a global speaker from when I was young, right? But then I had so many expressions to my persona. I was looking for, okay, what to do, what not to, but I was always outstanded by, your eloquence and your articulation. And I mean, so having known you all through those years, now seeing you resurface again in my purview as a pastor, I'm like, oh, I love this man already, and then you're friends with my lead pastor, and, hearing you, following you and everything. I just want to say thank you so much, Pastor. And then for all the amazing things you do, when I see people you pastor, there's a particular energy that they emit. It's just so contagious. They don't force it. It's amazing. And I just want to say thank you so much. And also, Pastor Toju, you're the sister of one of my newest friends, Chef Freggs. Sometime months ago, Chef said, Olushola, we need to be friends. I said, before Uncle, you didn't whine. Yes. Bring it in, So thank you so much, Mom. I mean, and as a couple, I love what you have. Thank you so much. God bless you. Sorry I had to take time to do that. It was just very important. I need to get it off my chest. So about me, Wahala. So I'm Olushola and I'm many things. So I think I'm a multi-potentialite who likes to express all of his giftings in different areas in the best way possible. For sake of this particular meeting, I'll just like to introduce myself as a serial entrepreneur and speaker. I'm also a business consultant and clarity coach. With my entrepreneurial leanings, I have a foothold in a number of industries, right? I own a fashion company. I own about 2 food brands. I'm also a serial investor, in things that, amazing. Then of recent, I began to pivot to what really is the expression that I would love to focus on even much more, which is speaking. So I'm a self-leadership and business coach. And then also I'm a keynote speaker. Different expressions. I really can't count. I'm sure I've missed a whole lot more things. I think I'm also a pastor. I don't think a number of people know that. For me, ministry is a lot more offline, particularly. So I pastor, privileged to be pastoring with Celebration Church. I think, like she said, as we go on, many more things. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll just move to.
It's not easy going after this guy. I mean, he's everything at this point. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's so good to be here. I'm Princess Oti. I'm a lawyer. Thank you.
Celebrate.
Thank you very much. I'm a lawyer and the co-founder of Kyoshi Network. It's a fintech app that lets you send money across borders. So if you want to send money from Nigeria to the diaspora and vice versa, Kyoshi is your go-to for that business. So we're actually live now in 30 plus countries. So across, thank you, North America, the UK, Europe, Nigeria, Ghana, SA, Kenya, and of course going for more. So it's great to be here and to be amongst these amazing personalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that very concise introduction. So we'll just go right into it because we've had amazing sessions today, very insightful. We've had Dr. Olumide, just go right into it. And, the theme for the conference is money on demand, building systems and structures, right, for a steady stream of cash in every economy. And the truth is, we can't take out the place of self-leadership. When people hear of structure and system, they think of something so big right there. But the truth is, it begins with you, and we've learned that today, right? So my question to you, I'll just start with you, Olushola. My question to you is, how can self-leadership skills help young people in Nigeria maximize or seize money on demand, opportunities?
Wow. That question is it's broad. Well, I'll try to pick up the pieces. I'll just take it one after the other. So now there's quite a lot of pressure because I don't think I can ever be as eloquent as Pastor Dami. But let me try. Okay. So first and foremost, I think there's a wide array of definitions as to what self-leadership really is, as simple as it ought to look. But as the name connotes, self-leadership, I like to put it this way. I think one of the best definitions I've ever gotten from self-leadership is UNICAF's definition. They say that self-leadership is taking responsibility for the outcome of your life. Yes. In my opinion, that is as important as it gets. John Calvin Maxwell says something. He says, you don't change the outcomes of you don't change the circumstances, right, of your life. You change your life to change your circumstances. So primarily, self-leadership is taking absolute responsibility for your future But it obviously has to start by taking absolute responsibility for where you are right now. So self-leadership can be broken down into different facets, but for me the most important is self-awareness, because it is impossible for you to maximize your potential if you are oblivious to exactly where you stand. You must understand who you are, what are my proclivities, what are the inclinations, what are my strengths, weaknesses. It starts with self-awareness. I keep on hammering this. It starts with self-awareness. Whenever I jump on business consultation courses, or calls rather, and maybe now, very recently, I was on a business consultation call with one of my clients in the US. And then this person is about to launch out a new business, and then we were talking back and forth. And then when we started, I told her, I said, this is supposed to be a business consultation call, but it's going to start with a personal clarity session. And I'll tell you why. Because it is impossible for you to build a profitable business without first and foremost building a profitable person. Because building a profitable business without taking control of your life is like pouring water into a basket and expecting it to be filled up. So ask yourselves, very, very, very particular questions. Where am I now? Who am I? Understand your strengths so you can maximize it. Understand your weaknesses so you can manage them and ensure they don't come in the way of expressing your full potential. So self-leadership can't be overemphasized in terms of building, to be able to have a profitable life and profitable career and all. So I think as time goes on, we'll delve more into that. I hope that works.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Olusola. Yeah. Chama, can you just...
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll piggyback off what you said. I love the definition he gave about self-leadership, because I think the question is, how can you use how can you maximize... Yeah.
Maximize self-leadership
to seize opportunities. Right. So I'm going to, he already did justice to the definition of self-leadership. I would just add a bit, but then how do you maximize that to be able to access money on demand opportunities, right? So as he said, you said taking responsibility, I noted that, taking responsibility for the outcome of your life. For me, if I have to break that down, when we talk about self-leadership, I would say is your ability to influence and direct your thoughts and your actions towards successfully achieving any goal. So your thoughts, your actions, your everyday realities, your ability to discipline yourself to be able to get to a particular point. And I'll break self-leadership into, 4. He already talked about self-awareness, which I'll say self-discovery. So knowing who you are, that's the very first thing you need to do. Then the second thing is accepting who you are. Because a lot of us, I see one of the issues, because when we're talking about money making opportunities, money on demand, it's also understanding the unique reality you work in, understanding yourself, understanding that your difference is not a disadvantage. I think that's what a lot of people struggle with. Something Nelly said in the previous session that I caught, she talked about how a lot of young people's focus is on being popular, right? Rather than making the money. You just want to be popular. It's possible to be both of them. But then, because this is a trend, and we know about hashtags, what's trending and all that. And because you have your own unique personality, if you want to be able to work or be able to assess certain opportunities, you need to understand that if you want to drink Gary now, Gary that makes sense, let me use the commonest thing, right? You won't just put Gary and start chewing it. Mm-hmm. You need Gary, you need sugar, you need salt, even if you don't have sugar. You need milk, and if you are the bourgeoisie, I've seen some things that, they call it floating berries now. So, a lot of people now make it spicy. The reason I use that is for you to be able to achieve, there's an Igbo adage, I can't remember it, but then it's trying to say that for you to be able to cook a delicious meal, it's not just one ingredient that you use. So we're all different ingredients, right, in the world. So you need to be able to accept who you are. That's self-awareness and understanding and accepting that I am like this. I have this peculiar set of skills and I have something to contribute, no matter how little I think it is. Then the next thing is self-management. I think this is another area that a lot of people need to learn. When we're talking about taking responsibility, it's easier to give advice, right? It's very simple to aspire to Maguire, the Maguire you require. It's very easy. But then, one of the most difficult things is advising yourself and taking your own advice. It's easy to tell people, I'm a doctor, and we give we give a lot of health advice, but hello, I'm not going to cast myself. It's not easy. You tell, eat this, eat like this, eat the portion control, do like this, do like this. But then you need to get to the point where you need to manage yourself enough, to the point of discipline, because for you to access those money on demand opportunities means that a lot of people are also aspiring for those opportunities. So there is a high demand for those opportunities. So you need to be able to manage your emotions, manage yourself. I've seen a lot of people in practice and in my work that they're amazing. They have the skills, they have everything. But then you hear stuff like the most popular one say, now small thing they vex me like this. There are people that boast with terrible bad habits. It's like, this is who I am. Some people will say, that's the way. Everybody who knows me knows that this is me. Right? So you need to be able to manage yourself to the point where, okay, what is required for me to access this opportunity at any particular time? Then understanding yourself, as he said, that, okay, I have this problem. And this issue can actually become a problem for me, posed as an issue for accessing this opportunity. What do I need to do? Self-reflection. Do I need therapy? Do I need to work on myself? Do I need to add on to my skills? Do you understand? Yeah. So that's self-management. Then the next thing, self-growth. Understanding that at every point in your life, you need to develop yourself. Yes, you might have natural God-given abilities. Yeah. I have a natural flair for speaking, but I still had to take public speaking classes. I still had to go for leadership management trainings, and I'm still taking courses, going for a lot of trainings, right? In those things that there's some, you just wake me up and give me a mic, I can talk, right? But then that's not enough. You need to know how to, what to say, what not to say, delivery. There are a lot of things that I learned, right? So those things now that I listed, about 4 of them, are those self-leadership things that you need to know. And then understand that if you're not able to manage yourself properly, you can't, or you would have difficulties accessing money on demand opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so self-awareness, self-management, self-acceptance, these are core elements of self-leadership. And of course, Princess Oti, you run a thriving startup fintech, right? You're a product of self-leadership, and of course, self-leadership has to do with, directing your thoughts and your emotions to achieve, a particular objective, right? So it is very important. That takes me to my next question to you, right? So many young people have ideas in their heads. They have things they want to do, right? They're passionate about many things. So can you share with us how we're able to translate the ideas in our mind to working solutions, like actual solutions, real results, right? Can you just share with us?
Thank you so much for that question. It's very important because everyone gets ideas, Everyone gets this. Today you get an idea about something, then tomorrow the next guy has gotten the same idea about the same thing. If he moves faster, right, and executes faster, that's his thing. That's actually his company, right? So I think it's so key to actually talk about this because many people get ideas, and I mean, after like 10 years, they're like, oh, I got the idea 10 years ago, but I didn't, act on it. But then you got the idea first, but then you didn't push on it, right? So I would say the first thing when you get inspired or some kind of idea is to write it down, right? Just put it down, make it plain upon a paper or something, or a diagram, or there are actually online apps that let you write these things down, and you can actually draw diagrams, circles, and kind of ideate and put like a big picture and see the big vision on that board. There are several, you can use Canva, or you can use Canva. There are several apps that can let you do that. If you don't like writing on paper, use the apps, right? Because you're able to see the holes and the gaps in your ideas and the gaps in your solution, quote unquote, when you put it down, right? So for us, actually, we began actually putting the idea down. I came back to Nigeria, actually, to ask questions. Kiyoshi actually does cross-border transfers. So at the time, many people were actually doing, remittance across borders. There were several companies that existed. You had people like World Remit,
people like Remotely, Western, in those days, they were existing about 10 odd years ago, right? But I felt like, how can I be different? What's the new thing here? I came to Nigeria. I went to several banks, compliance departments, asking them questions, why aren't you guys doing this online? Like, why aren't you guys swapping money, sending money, online? Why are you leaving it to these guys to do it? To kind of get the gaps in that line of business. So putting it down first, give us the big picture and show us all the holes that were in that particular solution, right? And obviously, it's now to build a strong team, because you can't, you're not a lone ranger in the world of, building a business. You can't work by yourself. It requires a good network. So you can't even underestimate, your network at this point. So, if you're not someone that has the tech skills to code or to build, you can actually get somebody in your network and say, look at this solution. Don't say the whole thing, because they can steal it from you. Just say, just give like a nice, skinny sketch of what you're trying to build and say, look at this solution. This is what I think about this. And they can tell you, okay, you can build an app or like an MVP or a web-based app, or you can actually integrate into an existing solution. So you kind of get to know exactly what you need to build, as opposed to having to just, move blindly on that point. So build a strong team, leveraging your network by understanding what your needs are at a particular point, and then build, right? And that means, having to get a team to actually move on those ideas. So if you don't have money, because, many of us had to use our funds at the early stage to actually fund, but we got grants, and the grants are available for everyone these days. Like people are giving money. So there are companies that actually give grants to people that do maybe health tech, or people that do fintech, or mental health. So these days, many product spaces or many business use cases have people that are actually giving them grants. There are several, resources online to actually find these grants. Just go. You find it there. Just look for it. Google, grants in fintech. It will show up. Grants in health tech, it will show up. Or in agri-tech, it will show up. Because it's out there. It's out there on the web, actually. So, I guess funding is a massive issue for actually getting things to life. But these days, there's funding for nearly everything. Free money, free dollars, take it, collect it. Yeah? Amen? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Princess. Okay, so key points from your response. Document, build a strong team, leverage the expertise of other people, right? Of course, research, right? Very, very important. That moves me to Olushola. Of course, you're another amazing product of self-leadership. Like you built you're building your pedigree, speaking, and you have different streams, and it's really, really inspiring, right? I'd like to ask, what are some of the cost-effective, strategies, marketing strategies that Nigerian SMEs or entrepreneurs can leverage? Because I know that you push many things online. You have many value offerings that are in our faces, right? And some people don't even have the funds to engage, high-end digital marketing platforms or even billboards and lamp posts, right? What are the cost-effective marketing strategies, that SMEs can leverage and still be able to, achieve real results?
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. So first and foremost, right? I get paid every single time to answer this question. And guess what? I'm going to respond with as much gusto, because for me, this is, in my opinion, one of the most important questions any SME owner can ask. And I'd like everyone to kindly pay attention. One of the biggest problems that you would have is to think that the only way to reach more people and sell more is to have the biggest box. But I can tell you, coming from someone who has built businesses from the ground up with little or no marketing funds, right, till I'm obviously able to activate influencers, pay big bucks to PR guys to push things, right? How were we able to start from the ground up? Right after she spoke, I went to meet Nelly, right? We were just having like a long chat back. I tell her, yeah, be going. She's one of the biggest voices when it comes to MSMEs in the country. Yes. Probably top 3 most influential. You guys have no idea what that lady is doing. Now, she started from a point where all she had was just a social media. You must first and foremost understand that everybody you see that has built something from the ground up, particularly maybe with some form of influence on social media, one day started with 0 followers. Right? Nobody woke up with 10,000 followers. So the very first thing I would say is this: how can I leverage cost-effective strategies? Number one, build consistency. Consistency in the sense that people are likelier to buy from you when they've seen that you've been pushing a particular thing for a time, and not somebody who starts today, jump on another bandwagon. People can detect inconsistency, and you are 10 times likelier to buy from somebody who has been doing something for a while than somebody who is fresh in it. Because like it's always said, a novice will use your money to gain experience. People know these things. That's the first thing I would say. And with panel sessions, I like to be put on the spot with questions. And the second thing I would say is bravery. I'll put it out that way. Truth of the matter is this: value can many times be relative. What someone can pay for, someone else might not deem it worth paying for. However, no one will believe in you if you do not believe in yourself, for starters. So people are likelier to buy into your vision after you have bought into the vision yourself. You can't be timid about what you're selling. You must first and foremost tell yourself by selling to yourself exactly what you're about to sell to other people. I believe what I'm selling is good. I believe I sell the best honey in Lagos. It's after you have believed it that you obviously be able to project that belief to other people, because confidence is actually also discernible. That's another thing I would say. I think the third thing I would say is you need to leverage relationships. It's probably going to be the biggest take home here. For God's sakes, if you're building a business, stop trying to look for strangers on social media to buy when you are already surrounded by potential buyers. One of the things that one of the mistakes people actually make when I discussed this in my business course, for example. How, for example, many times we are so product obsessed instead of being market obsessed. When you are trying to start out something new, don't create a product and start looking for a market for it. That's putting the cart before the horse. Find a market and create a product that solves the problem of that market. Are you getting what I'm saying? Yeah. So a good example, you're in a community where people have I'd like to give an example. Let's say during my youth service, I served in Akwa Ibom, a village in Akwa Ibom called Insiribom. I love Akwa Ibom so much. So much. Now, in Insiribom, it was a village, typical rural area, no place to repair phones, for example. Now, I give you an example. Imagine Insiribom was a place with a demography of about 20 to 40,000 people, which automatically will be that out of those 40,000 people, at least 30,000 have devices. Are you flowing with me? Yeah. Now, out of the 30,000 who have devices, there will be people who want to purchase new phones or repair the already existing devices, and so others would like to upgrade, right? But then again, they can't do any of these things in that community. The nearest place is Nondo in Ibesipo local government. And we all have to go there, and after Nondo is Uyo. So I have to look at that market. It's what a business analyst once said, a starving market. Find a starving market. That way, nobody you go to convince them. Now them go to rush you. Are you getting exactly what I'm saying? So what I would say is leverage the community that you have. Many times, stop trying to create products that are obscure, that people cannot relate to. You have a group of friends who want to buy jewelries and they don't find the kind of jewelries that they want around you. What's stopping you from going to 1688 website or Alibaba and start bringing in those things and solving the need within your school community? That's how you build a business from the ground up. Are you getting what I'm saying? So when you begin to solve market problems, it becomes easier. Now, how again, I'm going to give you extra points on how I can leverage. Very simple. More ways to understand the principle of referrals. In my MBA class back in the day when I was having my master's degree, we talk about something called CLV, customer lifetime value, right? They talk about the value that a customer can give you over a given period of time. One thing that you can steal from that is what I like to call a chain reaction. Every single customer is a potential of 20 more customers. So when I see one person, just the same way it happens in the spirit realm. The Bible says you have come to Mount Zion, the heavenly Jerusalem, to an innumerable company of what? Angels. So human beings with the physical eye can see one person. Through the eyes of the spirit, we see angels around you, right? That same principle applies to business. When I see one person come in, either a cold lead or a warm lead, I don't see just a lead. I see from that person streams of revenue. So how do you treat your existing customers? That's the first question. Do you treat them as just another person, or do you treat them as potential 100 people? Let me tell you something. There are customers and there are customers. Some customers can cure the entire sakpa that you've built in that you've had in your entire life. Just through their referrals. The moment they like something, they talk to people about it. So let me tell you one thing you must do. You must be customer obsessed. Particularly as someone who is a micro or small business owner. You must be customer obsessed. You don't get bastardize the person with love. So whenever they want to go to somebody else selling the same thing you are selling, their conscience will start judging them. After what that girl did to me. Think about it. Be customer obsessed. I can go on and on and on and I'll give you different strategies. Maybe I'll give you one more just for sake of time. I'm so sorry if I'm exceeding my time. Employ a tool of collaboration. I can't say this enough. Sometimes we're a little bit too proud for the level that we're in. With all due respect. And that statement that a closed mouth is a closed destiny is still very true. It's still very true. Whenever you're starting out in a new business or in a new community, learn to leverage partnerships. I'll tell you exactly what that does for you. How many of you here have ever gone to buy akara in the morning before? Come on, it's only me that is street. You know, have you ever gone to the akara person and right beside the person you've seen someone selling either pap or bread? Come on. We can all relate, right? Guess what? Yoruba people make this statement, Tabatori ishu jeko. Amatori epo jeshu, which means that if I'm craving ogi alone, which is pap, when I go to the ogi seller and I see the akara seller, it's entering my eyes, give me. Many traditional business people understand these principles more than we in the digital age do. If you are entering into a new community, there's a way you can leverage on the already existing clout of people in that ecosystem and use it to your advantage. If, for example, you sell suits or you sell natives, it's not time to start making your own shoes. It could be time to partner with a person who does shoes. And that way you can strategically position your item in the heart of his own customers in a way that also benefits him. Make something symbiotic. Tell him to tell his customers that if his shoe is 40,000 naira, your own natives are 50,000 naira. If they buy his shoe, they automatically get 20% when they come to buy your own native. And you give him a cut. Think about it. What you are looking for in Sokoto could be in your Sokoto. When I started Trips Clothing, I probably started with maybe 30,000 naira. And trust me, I'm not trying to tell you like that person that said when I was in school, I had no shoes. This one, typically what happened. I built businesses from the ground up to money-making machines out of nothing. All I had was my mouth, a community, church friends, people, and one very important thing, confidence in myself and what I was selling. So, very important.
A round of applause. A resounding round of applause. Honestly, before I let you go, you have. I'll just ask you one more question because there's just so much to take home from all that you've answered. Just one question, 1 minute. You run multiple businesses, right?
Yeah.
How do you ensure?
Okay. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me. All right. Ask the question.
You run multiple businesses. How are you able to ensure that each of those businesses generates profit consistently? Because, we're talking about streams, and there's nothing bad in having 2-3 businesses, right? And some even have, one business now that's thriving, and they have profits of income or revenue they've stacked up somewhere, and they just want to diversify. But their strategies, to ensure that each of those businesses, right, generate profit consistently, and you're not just spreading yourself thin. What strategies can you help us with?
All right. Hi everyone. So, where do I start from? I have to make it as concise as possible. So I'm sure there are many multi-potentialites in the house. People who have a lot of things that they are doing, right? First and foremost, let no one tell you that you are doing too much. That's number one. The popular statement, a jack of all trades is a master of none, but it's incomplete. It is better than a master of one, apparently. However, you need to understand the different phases and the different aspects. Now, being multi-potential at many times can sometimes affect your focus. So what I always like to tell people is, first and foremost, breathe. God himself that put all of these, dynamics on your inside and different aspects and the multi-potentials in you, knew what he was doing. However, not every season would demand all of those expressions at once. Sometimes you have to shelf some and incubate it to a given extent till you've built the system and the structure to be able to accommodate it. Are you getting my point? So many times also, I'm trying to shorten everything I'm saying. For example, personally, I have maybe 6 to 7 streams of income myself. Now, hold on, before you think I have all the money in the world. Some are major, some are minor, some are in between. Are you getting my point? So this is it. From when I was young, I always knew that I wanted to speak. Are you with me? However, for you to speak, you have to say something, or let me put it this way. For you to speak, you have to have built enough credibility for people to want to listen to you, right? Now, entrepreneurship for me was an avenue to build that credibility. And also academic excellence was also another avenue to do that. Are you with me? So usually it was a case of having to do what I had to do to be able to do what I want to do. So many times, when it comes to building different streams of income, that could also be the mantra. This is it. I cannot do everything I want to do at the same time. So many times, particularly with my very first foray into entrepreneurship, I'm going to need as much focus as possible to build to a given extent, right? Till I can accommodate other things. Like Robert Kiyosaki would say, the difference between sole proprietorship and proper entrepreneurship is that a sole proprietor is a life wire of his business. When he's sick, the business is sick. When he dies, the business dies. But a business owner, which is an entrepreneur, has been able to build a system, a process, and a structure that even when he is physically unavailable, the business is still available. Are you getting my point? But usually you need some singleness of focus to be able to build to that level. Then, after you have built that, are you getting my point? Your focus can now be split into 2 or 3 to be able to accommodate other things, and then you can build. So, in my opinion, it all depends on the system and the structure. Like, the popular author says, you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your system. So you have to build systems bit by bit. There's a whole lot more I can say, but I hope this has helped to a given extent.
Thank you very, very much. We'll just run very quickly. I'll move to Choma. Okay, I mean, you have a thriving NGO, right? You're doing amazing things, and you're focused on health education. Yeah, it's non-profit, but it's also profitable in other ways, and you have other businesses. So my question now to you is, how can Nigerian entrepreneurs, right, have unique value propositions or offerings that speak to the local, markets? Emphasis on unique, carving a niche for yourself, even if you're in a similarly saturated space. Yeah. How can you carve a niche for yourself and have a unique value offering, that still speaks to the local consumers?
Okay, thank you. I think this is the part where I'll do a little bit more introduction about myself and what I do. I always love that he gets to speak before me. Sometimes I forget that I'm also a co-speaker. Yeah, so he said something about multi-potentialites. You're looking at a multi-potentialite, right? At some point in my life, it was quite confusing. I didn't know what I wanted to do. In fact, it was even I think I was just happy that at least I'm studying medicine. If not anything, at least I have food on my table, right? But, and that kind of gave me, a platform for me to experiment. But there's a scripture I came across. I mean, this is a Christian gathering, so there's a scripture I came across in university at some point in my life when I was almost everywhere in my head. I wanted to do and I'm really didactic. Like, I just see something. If I see you doing something right now, I can do it. I was that medical student who was a medical student and a medical student, by the way. I went through medical school on full scholarship. So I had to lead, like I had to.
This is very clever.
Because, and it's the kind of scholarship that if you fail, like it's not fail that you have failed. There's a certain point you go below and they can withdraw the scholarship. So I had to be on point from start to finish so that you understand the kind of stress I had onto being a medical student, right? So that's on ground. I was also that medical student who was, I was making beads and selling beads. Like I was a bead maker. And I used to teach people and make money. Like from the time I was in second year, third year, I was already making money. Like from making beads, teaching people how to make beads. I got into clinical school where it gets tougher, but you can't believe it. I was like, oh, I love makeup. I want to learn how to do makeup and everything. And I was really interested in theatrical makeup because I got tired of seeing Nollywood things. And I know that it's tomato that is on the face, it's not blood. And I felt, how can I contribute to this market? Like my head was all over the place. And I went to House of Tara and I learned theatrical makeup. And while I was there, I had to also learn how to do the beauty makeup, right? I came back to clinical school because I learned this during the period where you have like a 6-month gap after preclinical to clinical. I learned that, then came back to clinical school. And I took the makeup business so seriously that there wasn't any weekend I wasn't doing somebody's makeup somewhere and making money from it. I ended up opening a store as a medical student. Yes, many people don't know this about me, but those who followed me and those from my school, they know. So I was like that multi-potential. And then I speak. Right, so I host events right from school, from even the church. I'm usually the moderator of the church services, student services, and that was where I started, growing and all. So I got to that point where I was really confused, and then I came across this scripture I'd like to share, just in case you're in that phase, and it's Psalms 139 verse 14, and it says, "Thank you, Lord, for making me so wonderfully complex. Your workmanship is marvelous. How well I know it." It became like my mantra. Like I wake up and I'm like, this complexity is for a reason. There is a reason why I'm like this. So one thing I would say is just calm down, just like she said. I believe in unabashed self-exploration. Learn things, learn skills. I've learned a lot of skills that in some way I'm seeing how they're being replicable in the life I live and in the things that I'm doing right now. I might not be fully into them right now, but they are not a waste. Wake me up and I can still do something with it, right? Now, understanding about niching yourself. As a doctor, when I started the work that I do in 2016 was when I decided to start up a blog. I didn't have the whole picture out there, like what I wanted to do, but I just had an idea. I wanted to simplify health education for people because as a medical student, I observed one thing in the clinic. A lot of people who die preventable deaths, when you are wondering, Madam, but why are you coming by this time? I did not know. Had I known, I wouldn't have done it. I didn't know that this, So that's had I known. I noticed a knowledge gap. So if you want to, we're talking about unique propositions and, identifying something unique. It's a journey. It's not something you just wake up and decide. What's your passion? What skills do you have? What are the issues people have around you? Be able to understand the market, as he said. In my own case, my market was healthcare, right? Understanding that in my own peculiar case, there was a knowledge gap. How do I create and, how do I bridge that gap between people who need health information and, the health information and services to them? And understanding that it's a journey is also knowing that as you keep moving, things start to make sense. You're developing more skills, you're seeing more problems, you're having more relationships, as he said. You also be able to talk to people. Be able to take feedback. A lot of us know, as I said, we know how to give advice, but we don't like to take advice from other people. It scratches you. When somebody's telling you, see, do it like this, you're like, I beg. You are not know it. Ask people. And when you ask people, please be ready to accept. Because the limit to which you go in life is the limit to which you actually take feedback. So people telling you that, okay, you're good with this, but I think you can do this like this, or you are good with this. So asking people, interacting with people was how I was able to know these are my skills, these are my peculiar set of skills and all that. Now, as I kept going on, I started, it was medically speaking that I started with my name, then medically speaking with Dikachi MD. But over time, I became Dr. Zobo. How? Because I listened to people. Yes, people always ask why Dr. Zobo. I actually Yes, I love Zobo, right? Let's establish that fact. But aside that, I actually it was a feedback that I took from my followers. And they started calling me Dr. Zobo first. The reason why they started calling me Dr. Zobo is because at the end of all my posts, I always end it with hashtag #SipZobo. It was my own way of saying drop mic, like I've said what I want to say. And people started calling me Dr. Zobo. And now the Zobo part of it, I looked at it when I spoke with, some collaboration, right, and partnering with people. I talked to someone who's like a branding expert because I was looking to change my name. And it's like Zobo also means, when somebody say you're giving me hot Zobo or, cold Zobo, it means you're lying to me and you're a health myth buster. So you are the Dr. Zobo, of health. So that was how that name came. And it's really something that is remarkable, easy to remember. And people always like, oh, I see, right? So now knowing what works for you, for me, has been a journey. I started with general medicine, but as I kept going, I understood that, I'm more inclined to women's health, adolescent health. Now, even inside there, what is it that people, how can I create and then make money in medicine? It's not something that is heard of. Once you hear doctor, they always tell us that, let's not go there. When we even go on strike, people don't want to hear, right? Yeah, I'm rounding up. Now, people don't even want to hear because they be like, why are doctors going on strike? Medicine is a humanity something, How can you be thinking of money? As if I would go to the supermarket and say, hello, please. Yeah, they gave us round of applause during COVID. So I'll go and submit round of applause at the supermarket and then you give me money. No. I know how to speak. I started learning how to leverage, make money from that. Yes, I've been doing it for free. But right now, I've moderated countless healthcare events. Wow. I'm always particular about it. People say, why don't you say events? I can handle any event, right? But I niche to health events. Yeah. And trust me, niching, that's one thing you need to learn. Don't try to be everywhere. Don't be scared to stay in your place. See, there is a lot of money in being yourself. And in being in that niche, when people think of they're having a healthcare event, who will moderate it? Who is the MC? They think of me. I've had to hand over a lot and, tell people, please go and stand in for me because of maybe availability or clash of dates. Yeah. That's one. Writing, I write publications, I do ghost writing, I do obvious writing, and I make lots of money from health content creation, writing. That's one way. Those are the skills that I was just taking for granted, but I had to learn. I didn't know it all. I had to take little business courses, speak to people like Shola, follow them on social media and say, okay, please, is that how to make money with the medicine? So please, if you are having those skills or a multi-potential that you want to niche, the major thing I want to let you know is don't be scared to be in your space. Don't be scared to niche. If you think of women's health, reproductive health care, I come first to mind most times because I have niched and I get to work with a lot of United Nations agencies. I was a UNDP ambassador for SDGs Geneva. And how did I come to mind? Because they said, we're thinking of who, blah, 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 in women's health in Nigeria. And you came to mind. If I was just everywhere healthcare, trust me, how many doctors do you know? You can count billions of them, right? So learn to be comfortable in your niche. Understand the market. Find out what are people here doing? What are the gaps I can fill in this space? How do I innovate around the solutions that are already existing? Stop trying to create new things. Look for low-hanging fruits and innovate around them. Thank you.
A round of applause. Emphasis on low-hanging fruits. There's profit in being yourself. Thank you very much. So, Olusola, what are your final thoughts? I mean, just 30 seconds. Or rounding up.
All right, my final thoughts. I think I'll just address everyone. I'll just say, look, embrace pain. Pain is good. Embrace pain. Pain is an undetachable part of the process. For every single thing worthwhile, it's going to require some form of pain, some form of stretching, some form of going beyond your limits. Embrace pain. You can't build six packs without pain. You can't have a good health without denying yourself from things that you normally would have liked. So yes, embrace pain. It's a part of the process. Be embedded in the process and do not look at all the glamour. Instead of being attracted to the results, be attracted, with the process. So yes, that's it for me.
Thank you very, very much. We just moved to Princess. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I thought, okay, yeah. I'll just talk about just scaling very briefly. So if you really want to scale your business, I think you just understand what you need as a business owner. It's really important. So for example, at some point, we're trying to grow our numbers from 5K to 10K, whatever. And I was thinking, I wanted a marketer, like head of marketing, right? And then, after I think we're paying him for 6 months, and then we don't really see that growth. And I was thinking, what do I really need? Then I figured that we actually needed a head of growth. Because someone that does marketing can say, okay, pay me maybe 1M a month, I will do an advert and then get you like 10K users or whatever it is. But someone that actually does growth will say, okay, you have this maybe 10 customers that are aged maybe 40 to 50, and they pay you more in terms of revenue. So why not market more to those guys than the guys that are just everybody in general, and kind of fix and focus on that. So I would say know your needs, right? So is it marketing, is it growth, trying to scale up to where you need to be. So it's about being able to use data. Please, it's very important it's very key. Using our data, I think for us it was a game changer for us in Kiyoshi, right? Using our data to actually know what we needed to be at each given point, right? So we know that, okay, this is our highest revenue or source, this is our highest burn rate, should be cut down here. So track these things, these metrics, and actually use that to scale your businesses. I mean, I would have said more, but we don't have enough time for that. Thank you so much for having me.
A round of applause for Princess. So for you to scale in business, you have to ensure that you maximize data and analytics for you to be able to do that. One more time, let's celebrate our speakers. Has this been good? Has it been good? Can we celebrate them one more time as they make their way to the seat? Okay, we're going to take a quick picture.
All right, another round of applause for them, please. All right, so please, we'd like to have our dependable Pastor Dami and his delectable wife as they walk up to take pictures. Please, let's clap for them. All right, that was truly an insightful session. I think I'll go around and pick one person at random that will basically just tell us what they learned. The more serious you look, I'm going to come to you. Hello, Ma. Feishayo, nice to meet you. Please introduce yourself and tell us what your takeaway from that session was. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for that wonderful session. I think P. Charles talked about collaboration and partnership. I think that's something that I really want to take home. Leveraging on that, my friends, people around me, people who have that, people always have something to exchange. We can always collaborate, we can always grow, expand, and I think that that's something very, very profound.
All right, thank you. A round of applause for Faith. I'll take somebody else, a guy this time. Okay, Mr. Abiola, your name, what you do, and what you learned. Thank you.
My name is Benson Abiola Demola. I'm a student of Lagos State University of Education.
This is how you know those who took extra sheets in the exam hall.
Sorry, it's not that deep. Just say what's on your mind. Anything that you learned. You don't have to say verbatim. Whatever you picked up from this session, just say.
Just to endure pains.
Thank you. Round of applause for him. All right. So, like I said, it's been an insightful session. We'll be going on to next to welcome someone that I really admire so much. He's an entertainer par excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the amazing Dami Funshaw as he comes to thrill us with his performance.
Please let's give him a round of applause.
Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Don't stop clapping.
was an enthralling performance. I can't even. Wow. Please let's give Dami Funche a round of applause. Wow. People are using their talents. Are you using yours? All right. So hope we're having such a great time so far. And hope we are learning. And hope we have takeaways that we are going to implement once we leave here. All right. And I trust that God is going to help us in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dami. That was an electric performance. All right, so I think we just have the second to the last item on the agenda. Please, we have two of our vendors that have something amazing to tell us in 1 minute. They have service-oriented products, and they felt it was best to just communicate what they do. Afterwards, we have Pastor Dami, then we'll call it a day. And then we have all the time in the world to just shop and shop and shop, right? I mean, I know we have learned about financial management and financial literacy, but today, just spend all your money, right? All the money you budgeted for today, spend it.
Exactly.
We have all the great things for you there. So, first off, I want to have Forex Girl. Please come up to just quickly talk about your business. A round of applause for her, please.
Please let's give her a round of applause.
A round of applause. So your name, what you do. 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Edegwa. I am the founder of TFG, which is the Forest Girl, right? I was a struggling graduate who could not boast of 50K a month. I can't. I just can't. But, you know, when I found out about Forest, I began to learn the skill set, and ever since then, you know, like we would say, levels don't change, you know, obviously. And I have a team of people that, through trading, we now can do a revenue of millions of naira. You know, and I am here to help as many people that want to learn a skill that can help them become financially free. So I have testimonies of my team members, and that I would like to share. So media, please, can you kindly share the testimonies? Just a few seconds. The media, please, can you share the testimony on the screen, please?
Yeah. What's up, guys? Yeah, my name is Reality. Yeah, for a month now, I've been using Stephanie's boat for trading, automated boats. I started $1,000, and less than a month, I was able to make a profit of $1,250 as my profits, and my capital is still intact. Sounds good, right? You guys continue more for get yours.
Trading. We have robots that can trade for you if you are busy, you don't have the time to analyze the charts, you don't have the time to learn. So this person funded $1,000, and then in space of a month, the robot was able to do $2,250 for him. So he was able to make over $1,250 for himself, you know, and he was able to withdraw it. And he still has his $1,000 intact. Okay, so let's go to the next testimony, please. The next picture. Okay, so this person said, wow, over $300 while attending to my baby. Okay, so this is my client that has a child, like she's a nursing mother. So obviously she does not have time to, you know, analyze the chart and all of that. But through the robot, she was able to make over $300 a day when, you know, the boat was trading for her. So $200 in Naira, that's over 400 to 500K, you know, without doing anything, with the help of the robots. Okay, so the next testimony, please. Yeah, so this person said, okay, $1,250. Next, please. I've talked about this. Next, please. Okay, great. So this is my own testimony. I think this was last 2 weeks. I was able to make over 200K in a day, right? So this person reposted and said she is proud of my journey. So through the robots, in a month, I've been able to to make over $1,000 for myself, right? So now, this is not saying that we don't have losses sometimes. We do have losses. Every business have losses, okay? So, but what makes it make sense is your win rate is more than your losses. So if you want to learn a skill set like Dr. Emmanuel Olumide said, you can come to my stand, I'll put you through, and let's give it 6 to 1 year. I'm sure your financial status is going to change. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ma, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Round of applause for her. All right, quickly, because of our time, we have 2 more. But first, let me call Dr. Jemonisi. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Please, keep clapping.
Thank you. Well, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Oh, God bless you. Well, I'm excited to be here. I don't know if they could quickly put the slides on. I'm a physician. I work at Olabisi Obanjo University Teaching Hospital. I am a lecturer in that same university, Shagamu branch, training medical students. People told me years ago, go and have your own hospital, and I said no. I cannot be working and working and working. Work in the university, work in the teaching hospital, and then work in my private hospital. Thank God for those who have it, is their grace and choice. But I decided to make my phone my marketing place. And so I'm almost sure, except for children, that there's nobody here without a smartphone. And if you have a smartphone and you are not making money with that smartphone, you are not smart. That's just the point. So I decided to use the phone, and I've been in online marketing for a number of years, 10, 15 years. However, in more recent times, I started focusing on airtime business, which has become like food. Some people, once the data or credit finishes, they will just go and buy without thinking of our breakfast. So if you want to make money every day, go to airtime business. I know many of you will think airtime business is not just buying airtime and data. No, it's beyond that. And that's what I want us to quickly. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, so this is just what you need to do. There are a number, look, MTN, Glo, and all of them, they make millions every second, every minute, every day. That was what the banks saw. And the banks, too, began into airtime business. What is banks' business with airtime? Now, but there are some platforms that have given you and I opportunity to make money. And they are affiliate telecoms. They are legit. They are registered with NCC. There are a number of them. The cap of one of them is there, top up and get reward. They have their apps, cash gain, VTU, recharge and get paid, and so on. They are all there, maybe about 10 now in Nigeria. So how do you become a member of any of these? This is a generic thing. Now, the first thing is to identify at least one of these affiliate telecoms companies that has full regulatory registration. Register with them, maybe with the smallest package, but I will advise you to register with a big package because then you fund your wallet and start your business, which are mainly 3. There are only 3 things you do. You use, you sell, you refer. Next slide, please. Now, when you use, you are using for yourself, you are gifting people. The company will still give you bonus, but usually it won't be more than 5%. And then you are not earning passive income from that because you are only leveraging on yourself. Next slide, please. And then when you sell, you are doing something similar. There's no leverage on anybody. You are just, there's no passive income. Next slide. Now, this is where the money is. And sometimes when you tell people to refer, they run away. And I laugh. Even evangelism, soul winning is referral. You are referring Jesus to people. When you refer, you say, I'm chopping here. Come and chop too. Is that not been a blessing? And yet people refer without getting paid. You refer to your hairdresser. Does she pay you? You refer to the mechanic. Does he pay you? So referral is very important. Check it. Go online. Almost all the banks are doing it. Big companies all over the world, they are doing referral business. And that's where the money is. Sorry, just go back to that slide. Yeah, I guess people have read it. When you earn direct referral up to 30%. Indirect referral 10%. Direct bonuses, indirect bonuses. It is for life. Because your customer base is permanent. Anytime they do, you have built a community of VTU platform owners. Anytime they do on that platform, the company will pay them, the company will also pay you, even up to level 10. Next slide. Just trying to explain what horizontal earning and vertical earning. These are the areas you are. Next slide. Now, massive money is made by the telcos and the banks because of the sheer power of large numbers. They have access to 250 million Nigerians. But you and I don't have access. So what do these affiliate telecoms companies do? They went into mathematics. Next slide. Now, kindly go back. I need to explain something about that. Please. They went into mathematics and they went to use what is called geometric progression to generate the large numbers so that you can earn. I've told many maths teachers, I said, you are teaching maths for salary. Good. But we are using mathematical principles to make money. And that's the okay, so yeah, let's go on. Let's go on. Next slide. So that's what they did, geometric progression. X raised to power n. Next slide. Yeah, so that's it. Level 1, x1, level 2, x2. Next slide. Okay, so that is how the numbers are generated. And the company now goes ahead to monetize each level percentage earning. Next slide. So that's a percentage for a particular company, top up and get reward. It's 22% that level. Now, just hold on here, I beg. Now, these are just two matrices. If you build a community of people coming in with just 5,000 naira and everybody is doing referral, bringing 10 people in, by the time it gets to level 6, it's 83 million. When it is 10,000 naira by 10 people matrix, it's 160 million. Now, let me shock you. I don't know if you will believe it or not. If it's a 10,000 naira by 20 people, it's 10 billion. That is crazy. Oh, that's a very good, that's the next question. Put it on. The question you asked is the next question. Next slide. Yes, he said, how long? It depends on the community members. You want it to be fast, you move it fast. You know, if you do as slow about it, it will be slow. However, let us assume that it takes each member in each level one year, in this level 1 year, to build this or a team of 5, 10 or 20 or more. Then these totals are achievable in 6 years or less. If it's taking one person to get 20 people in 1 year, and we are going to level 6. Now, these totals are more than gratuities for after 30 to 35 years of hard and sustained stressful work. Because of time, I'll just give you my number. We can chat on WhatsApp to continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Number is 0806 42 30 229. Dr. Jeminusi is my name. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. A round of applause for Dr. Jeminusi. And he has a stand behind, so we can go there once we're done. All right, so I have my last speaker. His name is Wale from Sendly.ai. In 2 minutes, we'll just talk about what he does and why it's the next best thing since jollof rice. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So my name is Wale Oba. I work at Softlink.ai. One of the speakers, Olumide Manuel, told us about creating wealth, the steps to creating wealth, and then one of the things we need is tools to create wealth. And then the last session, one of the speakers said that you as an entrepreneur, you need to build a system so that when you fall sick, your business continues to run. At least, if you pay attention, you will get as much as that. All right, so one of the tools that you will need your CRM for your business, you need landing pages, you need websites. To build websites costs a lot. You need content creator who will write the content that goes on it. You need somebody who will design the website, then somebody who will write the code. Then you have somebody to host it, or you have to host it somewhere. So this is what we do at Softlink.ai. We took everything, banded it together, and put it on a platform. So when you go to our website, you see a one-in-all platform for your business. Because that is what we have done. So we have tried to make business easy for SMEs, solo entrepreneurs, and then individual talents who wants to make business of their skills and then of their talents. All right? So I've spoken to many people today concerning our solution to making your business better. I would like to speak to more people. That's why I'm here. So come talk to me. I'm at the back. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can go to stand at the back and learn more about what they're trying to do. So I think before I bring on our delectable Pastor Toju, I just want to encourage us all to please, we have amazing people at the back that are selling wonderful things. Let's just go there and just see how we can spend most of our money. Forget about saving as much today. You save tomorrow. Just spend as much money as possible. Amen? All right, so please make welcome Pastor Toju Oluwatoyinbo and Pastor Dami as they both give the vote of thanks. A round of applause for them.
Demola, since we are not saving, there's one Shayo Botson's cloth that is entering my eye. So will you unsave for me today? Eh? Please, Ona Joko, Demola's wife is here. Good evening, everybody. Please, can you give a good round of applause to yourselves? You've been here all day. You've been learning. You've been impacted. You've been responsive. Thank you so much for coming. On behalf of my husband, my pastor, the convener of King's Business Expo 2024, I want to say a big, big thank you. Thank you for being a part of a success story. Thank you for being a part of a thriving community. Thank you for being a part of a phenomenon. Thank you for being a part of something that is growing and metamorphosing into something that is global. I mean, we started the first, I was going to say season. The first edition was at the Hub in Anthony. We dare not try that one here now. And it's just so remarkable to see the growth. Even from last year, this is 3 times more, if not more. I'm so grateful to God, thankful to our visionary pastor, thankful for all our leaders. Please, can you appreciate, you may not know them, but everyone who has put this together. You cannot imagine the sleepless nights, the negotiating with vendors, the getting the committee together. So much. And maybe Pastor Dami might mention names if necessary, but I really want to thank all of you, especially Minister Solomon. Peter, please just permit me to celebrate. Please just stand up. He's small but mighty. Stand up. Appreciate Minister Solomon Ayodele. He's done so much. Yes, please. Now tomorrow, now see him for billboard. It was that guy. It's this guy. I appreciate him. Thank you all so much. We are so grateful to all our vendors who have trusted us even over the years. Some people have showcased their work here over the last 4 years. So we appreciate you for coming back. For those who are new, thank you for coming. We trust that we'll see you again next year, bigger and better. Please do not leave without buying something, getting a card, networking with people, getting to know. After you leave here today, next year your income must show. Your sense must show. Your spirit must show. Your collaboration must show. Is that a deal? Yes. All right. So I'm going to say with Jesus' joy, but yes, with Jesus' joy. Please can we welcome Pastor Dami and the host of KBCE as he gives us the closing prayer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, PLT. Please celebrate my amazing, delectable wife. Yeah, I can imagine some people are a little tired and all. Please, let's stand together, pull somebody up, and tell that person congratulations. See that person, look at that person, say, I see dollars in your eyes. I see pounds sterling in your eyes. I see cryptocurrencies in your eyes. Tell the person, I see you hitting a bull run. I see real estate investments, multi-layered assets, multifaceted money-making machines. Some of you are not saying anything. No. After this kind of day, if that person is not talking, look into somebody else's eyes and say, you look rich. Yes. And if you want to claim it, tell the person, say, it's not just looks. I am rich. I am loaded. I'm well resourced. I have divine ideas. I have supernatural resources. Doors are opening for me. Everywhere I turn, favor is speaking for me. Before I leave this place, I'm meeting destiny partners, long-term investors, angel investors, co-founders, accelerators, incubators, activators, promoters, amplifiers, in the name of Jesus. Before I say a prayer, we are kings. You've heard that 3, 4, 5 times, but just in case you were distracted, we'd love you to be a part of our thriving community. We are driven by love, and we have a process for your maturation and your growth. Let's pray. Father, we thank you so much for your goodness. Thank you for provision. Thank you for light. Thank you for clarity. Thank you for the amazing and profound words we have heard today. Thank you for a multiplicity of insight. We thank you that we are not the same people who stepped into this place. Our capacity has been expanded. Our minds have been stretched. Our resources have been stirred up. Inspiration has been topped up. And as we leave this place, I proclaim that all that we have received will find swift expressions in our lives in the name of Jesus. I pray that there is no business here that will remain on the same level. No career person will remain stuck. I proclaim that doors are open for you. I proclaim that your voice is louder in the marketplace. I proclaim that money meets money in your hands. I proclaim that favor follows you in the name of Jesus. If there's anyone here in deficit, anyone here who's fallen behind, anyone here in an element or any form of financial crisis, I proclaim that you are lifted from such in the name of Jesus. Let there be destiny relationships. Let there be opportunities that will be catalyzed. And Father, we proclaim concerning King's Business and Career Expo that not many years from now we'll be having it in Dubai, in New York, in Hong Kong, in Shanghai, in Johannesburg, in Accra, Ghana, in Kigali, Rwanda. That this was stingy and they're like, I don't want to spend money. Father, give them the spirit of generosity. They will spend money before they leave here. They will spend money and be happy with the things that they have bought. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Let your amen be louder and stronger. Shout louder until the foundations echo. Amen and amen. We look forward to seeing you at our gatherings tomorrow, 9 a.m. on the mainland and 9 a.m. on the island Admiralty, where we have some pamphlets and some flyers that we have. So make sure that it's projected. Great. Thank you very much. Any announcements?
All right. Thank you everyone for coming to King's Business and Career Expo 4.0. And thank you for coming and staying. And I pray that God blesses you immensely. Please do not forget to go to the back of the hall and patronize the vendors. They have a lot to sell to you. So please spend this money. Thank you for coming. See you next year. Bye. Why are we giving the mic to?